Just do a good slurp.
All right, yeah, we're streaming the YouTube, so that's what's happening. That's what's happening for now. I don't really know. I don't know what else. I don't know what else to say or do.
So how long term do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I have a little while to figure it out, I guess. Because you know, by the time next week hits. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to send out that tweet.
Yeah. That's rough.
That's rough. That's rough, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. At least, yeah. Whatever. It is what it is. All good.
This is why I really did. One of the benefits of working for my college is that off the clock, I could just solve problems by myself and just go into the Rutgers system and do things.
I just don't have two-factor authentication. I should. I definitely should.
I honestly, dude, after this,
Yeah.
I feel like I kind of wish I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm just like, sheesh.
They're eventually
I
probably
would
gonna
have
make it a mandatory thing. I have to imagine, which is gonna be so fucking annoying to deal with. Oh god.
Hosting Rivers. Rivers' hair is long.
Yeah, James's hair got really long.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to send out that tweet in a minute. I have not streamed for YouTube yet, so at least it's for in a while. I used to restream on YouTube quite a bit. Yeah, we're live now, but you know, obviously no one knows to come here, so I'm gonna just like, you know, we'll fake it for now. We have one concurrent
till you
viewer,
make it, baby.
so there's that. That's good.
Do you have anyone you could call in a favor from or anything like that?
Like,
Yeah, who works for Twitch?
yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't have that kind of power, you know. Man, who would have thought? Who would have thought of all things that happened today? But I'm just, you know, sometimes things happen.
Yeah, I mean that's truer than any word I could say. Like,
Is there another
sometimes-
Twitch channel you could potentially use? Like, would Collision be able to
I
give
mean, I
you
guess I
theirs
could. I would
or
need that
something?
stream key, I suppose.
So I think I might actually have it, but obviously you're gonna have to ask RJ or something else. But I actually do have the
he won't
Collision stream
care.
key.
Does Collision stream on Thursdays anymore? I thought they did a backup
No.
stream.
They
No, they stopped doing it?
yeah, not anymore.
Okay, that's confirmation.
I can DM you their stream key.
I guess, yeah, with breakpoint.
Because RJ has let me, when they were trying to hit affiliate or something, they were
I
having
recall.
like featured people.
I do
So they
recall.
tossed me theirs.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the same or not. I thought about that, and I don't know. Maybe that is the course of action. I'm sort of just shook right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty shook up right now.
I would be too, honestly.
Yeah.
My brain would be blue screening. I would have no clue.
Feeling
What to do.
feeling a little weird about it, but
Just the sheer, like,
yeah, like I'm like, all right, this is the thing I'm dealing with right now. Like, and there's nothing I could do about it. It's like that sort of thing.
Completely shift gears.
I am gonna see if I can't figure something out, I guess, with Twitch, but yeah, not looking good.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we have a little bit of time because there is 105 people in pools,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, but like,
it's not ideal.
yeah, I definitely have to start. I'm just yeah, I don't have an end to that sentence at all.
It's definitely very jarring, for sure.
Yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully people will come to here to watch, and I won't be surprised if they don't, but because I literally don't know. But
Make YouTubes.
Yeah. YouTube.
If you tweet it out, I'll retweet though. I'll spread it.
yeah,
I don't have a following, but I will as well.
that's all good. Just need a few people at least to know. So I will get on that. I just want to make sure we're up and running before I direct anyone here as far as like having matches and stuff. Jeez, of all nights too, man. This is such a
for
weird.
real.
This is a
This
bad
is a
night
good
for
bracket,
that.
too.
Yeah, it's a really, really good bracket. Like Javi, Rivers, Sonic, Sonic Fumes,
Jaja, who else? Super Striker.
Luminous, Haze.
It's such a good bracket, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
for
this
real.
is
Oh, like,
lame.
literally, this could be like
I'm
top 8 of
pretty
like a stacked
heartbroken about
regional.
this. And the worst part is I'm trying to use the customer support from Twitch, and it's just not helpful because it's just like, oh, like if you don't have
No,
access
they
to this old
suck.
number, like, I don't know.
Well,
It's kind
at
of
the
like
very
what I'm getting.
least, you've given them a unique problem to solve. That's
The
not
arena
very.
timed out now.
There should be some way to get in. It has to be. It has to be more than just the two-factor shit.
You would think.
I mean, yeah, you would think.
Because there's got to be Twitch streamers who are like, I don't remember my shit for two-factor.
Well, no, because it's supposed to be. It's just.
It's a one-time task code.
Yeah, like I literally
Oh.
just. It was a Google Voice number, but I didn't use a Google Voice for anything. And I think it literally just expired. So that's basically what happened. Totally user error here, but that doesn't really make it sting any
Yeah, but you don't ever anticipate that like it would expire and do anything.
Yeah,
stupid
I
like
mean,
that.
I don't at all. So that's why it's like, okay.
And like, what if like you had a cell phone number that you can't reach anymore or some shit like that? You know, like
Yeah, like adding new devices.
Yeah.
Like, what's the protocol
there has to
here?
be a failsafe for that shit in some capacity, or else that's just like bad.
I just
user
wish it was
design.
easier to find someone to talk to. Like I wish I could just message someone. Oh, contact support. It's not doing anything. All right. Well, we work with what we got. At least we got people in the arena. I guess that's good. I guess.
Got some people here.
Yeah, I guess I better drive over to YouTube and do it here. YouTube.
Part of me just wants to curl up in a ball. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to either
I
of you guys.
feel that, dude. I'd be in the
That's-
exact same mood right
I'm
now.
just
For real.
like,
It is a mood killer.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, well, I'm out of luck here.
Do you want me to hit up RJ or something and be like, hey, like,
I'm
there's
just gonna see.
there's a situation going on here.
Nah, you guys worry about this stuff. I'll worry about that stuff. Hello, anyone who is actually here watching by chance.
Sure.
You're probably by yourself because we don't usually stream here.
Yeah. It's just you.
Ooh, okay.
Wait, did the match start?
Yeah,
Did.
we're into it. All right.
Uh,
Already starting
can't-
off, we got Zinus and Brown Mamba. I know Zinus has been kind of popping off lately in Tri-State. Very, very good Falcon player. I've seen him in some of Nick C streams. So my man's got the mix behind him for sure.
okay, are we just pulling back the curtain a little bit? Are we watching on the stream video or are you watching on YouTube?
Watch on Stream Voodoo. That's live time.
Yeah, but mine's frozen, so
Oh, is it paused?
no.
It's not.
Oh, yours is frozen?
Yeah, mine's just frozen. So
Wait
should
a
I
second.
like
Maybe refresh?
exit?
Yeah, try and give the old refresh.
Give it the old reboot. All right, but hey everybody! For those of you joining in, we're having a little bit of a situation, technical difficulties going on here, but we are into it. Welcome to DNA, season whatever.
Season 8, week 6.
Season 8, week 6. Okay, so it's insane how much of a run. Like this is what 2 years DNA's been a thing for now. at
Yeah, I
this
guess
point?
so. It started with Ultimate, so
That's crazy. That's actually insane. Yeah. So yeah, this matchup can be a little weird. I feel like on both sides. I feel like once Falcon does get his hands on Banjo, he can just mix the hell out of him. But approaching Banjo is a whole nother thing. Just given how well Banjo can play Runaway with like the grenade being a fantastic anti-air, Wonderwing getting Banjo out of some hairy situations, and even the neutral beat too. Like Banjo's whole game plan is like, get this dude off of me. Like, don't let this man touch me ever.
Yeah, I guess you can say you can say that about a lot of matchups for Falcon. Like once Falcon gets in, like he's getting 15 up airs into a knee, but it's the process of doing that is what keeps him, what holds him back in a lot of situations throughout this the incredible matchup spread of the Smash Ultimate.
My man is getting egged right now. They pulled up to his house on Halloween. They just started chucking eggs at him. Zink is still trying to find this kill somewhere. There you go. He finds it right there. Yeah. Shield on platform. Something you definitely never want to do against Falcon, because Falcon just goes num num num. Give me that.
Yeah. Even right next to him, like the Falcon dive has such a wide, like unexpectedly wide horizontal reach. I guess it's to compensate to its linearity, but like wow, like I'm getting caught from
my man
the other side of the stage.
Man, oh my woes, right behind you. Like, oh god, what happened? Oh my man's getting pelted, dude. He just got egged so hard.
I guess good spacing coming out from Brown Mamba. It's the counterpart to Black Mamba.
Are there Mambas of other color varieties as well?
It's the Power Rangers, the Power Mambas.
The Mambas. The Power Mambas. Ooh! Apparently Kazooie likes it when she's used to be slammed into someone. Apparently.
I mean, she is very aggressive.
You're kind of a freak, okay?
What I love about Banjo S Smash, not even in its presentation, because it is just one for one straight from Banjo Tooie, but also the actual hitbox starting super early, like right as Kazooie comes out of the bag, makes it a incredible anti-air for almost no reason.
It's like a goofier Genen F Smash, literally.
Yeah, in a way. Kills later, but
they both serve kind of similar purpose in terms of. Oh no.
F.
Oh, 7's in the chat for Zinkus right there.
Yeah.
But still looking pretty good. Like when Zinkus has gotten in, like he's been able to keep the pressure on super nicely. And like, yeah, there you go. Stomp Knee, the classic. That was the one we all been waiting for. The one people line up and down the block to see right there.
He did it. He did it, everybody.
He did the thing. He did what he had to do. My man put on the tie, punched in for his 9 to 5, you know. Boss said, go get me a coffee. Falcon was like, I'll do that and more. Stomp Knee is crazy.
It's so strong.
Yeah. And like, literally, haha melee, but literally within the hit stun that Dare puts you in is like, my man Zinkus could literally put down his controller, go make a sandwich, come back, and then he'll still be in time for the Stomp Knee. The window's a little less generous in this game, but like, if you get the stomp, there's infinite amount of possibilities that Falcon can do out of it. I think he could hit almost like every aerial out of a raw stomp, depending on the percentage.
Yeah, the only hard part is if the percent's high enough, you have to do a full hop aerial as opposed to a short hop aerial, which can like if that's the hard part, you've got plenty of time. All right, no change. Banjo's coming back.
Oh boy.
Oh man, oh geez.
So I think Mamba's just gotta also switch it up a little bit. I'm seeing my man use a lot of like very slow moves. Like specials are great for Banjo as like anti-airs to keep Falcon out or just like keep him from getting on top of you. But I feel like using some of Banjo's aerials like there and there, just to, like having multi-hits that can poke out or like trade with Falcon would be really, really good. It's tough though, because Falcon can close in space on you really, really quickly.
Yeah, and just the sheer amount of reset potential that he has on some of these platforms can make it incredibly frightening to deal with Falcon at a close range. On top of Banjo's only truly safe aerial is forward air. Back air, while incredible and disjointed, it isn't 100% safe. So against something like just dash up shield, since Falcon has a pretty solid run speed, on top of the armor of what is it? The side B. That could like Banjo has a lot of tools, but not a lot of aerials that he can just raw match.
It's tough, man. It's definitely tough because this stuff has a lot of startup, and most of the time Banjo really can't hold in on somebody. He's kind of got to do retreating stuff a lot of the time just to keep. And Falcon eats that for breakfast, honestly. Like if Banjo really also doesn't have a lot like in the no. That's a little oopsie. Oh no, and Zinkus is taking full advantage of that. It sucks because like what little momentum Banjo can mount to begin with, Falcon has that in spades, and like just one touch. It's like what can poor little Banjo do besides just Wonder Wing his way out of trouble?
Yeah, Banjo's just that type of character that once he loses a lead or once he falls out of advantage, like there's like his entire kit just falls apart with it.
Ooh, okay, I like that. Like the recovery right there. Tried to prevent Zinkus from getting a little cheeky off stage on him, but I don't know, man. It's looking rough. It's looking rough for my man Brown Mamba.
He's throwing out a lot of these jabs, and like we all want to be able to put out jab. Usually, it's the fastest button on the ground for most characters, but if you're buffering jab out of a lot of situations, like
okay,
players call that. That air dodge up is nice.
He's aiming to scrap more. My man has abandoned the mainly projectile game, and he's been now just trying to close in the space. And I agree with that. Don't rely strictly on your specials. You know, rely on your normals a lot too. If you've got an opening right there, keep pushing it. Keep applying pressure, because I think if you let a character like Falcon breathe, it gives him more time to reset. He wins neutral once, and you lose the interaction again. Like, you have to stay on him. That's one of the things that makes Falcon not the greatest. That his disadvantage can be kind of lackluster, but the raw Falcon kick coming out, and
punishing Inglag on Wonderwing which did connect, so unsafe on hit, unfortunately.
Very tragic. But Zinkus taking it pretty solidly over Brown Mamba right there. Definitely want to see Brown Mamba make it back in losers. But Zinkus kind of snapped. Like, all of his conversions were looking very, very tight. Can be kind of hard to play against zoners when you play a kind of rush-downy character who has a subpar initial dash. But, you know, he made it work really, really nicely. So, really, really, really good stuff right there to Zinkus.
Yeah, we did like what we saw overall. It was unfortunate that he ran into Zinkus, who like first round, who had been going on a tear in these past couple.
Yeah, he's been whooping. He's been whooping real hard. So we got a stacked AF bracket today. We have all names from all different realms who are skilled in their own right at multiple different things. We've got Sharp in the building.
Yeah.
We got Rivers, of all people, who doesn't tend to really enter Wi-Fi tournaments. Also have Pete from Anamanaguchi. That's kind of crazy. He's also entered. Did win his first round, so good stuff to him. Big Anamanaguchi fan. We got Noku in bracket, who Soulhack's DQ'd though. Why do bad things happen to good people? Another name we're not too used to seeing in the Wi-Fi tournament sphere. I have heard through the channels that my man has been planning to enter Wi-Fi tournaments, but using his Ness, which is going to be kind of crazy.
Yeah, I've heard he's been a big fan of Snake recently.
Really?
But not Snake. Steve.
He's been loving Steve.
So we might see that. On the other side, in one, there has been a couple of unfortunate DQs. We see guys like Hayes and Javi and Ling DQ out, like but there's still plenty of killers. Beast and his resurgence return to brackets. Badges, the classic name.
Who we got? We got Bonkai, Sonics of all people. One of the
TikTok
lords of
sensation
Wi-Fi.
Bonkai.
Got Jaja, probably the craziest Kirby to do it out there right now. So there's still a lot of killers in this bracket. I'm very, very excited to see some of these matches. That's the beauty, as I say every week, of these Wi-Fi tournaments, is just that you can literally see anybody from anywhere. Like, you are not restricted by region, and I think that's the beauty of it, is that you could play someone from all the way across the world. Preferably, hopefully not so, just given how the connection of the game works. But you can really get the best type of practice, because, you know, so sometimes your backyard always does, you know, you won't learn everything from just playing the people in your backyard all the time.
Yeah, training mode can only do so much. Yeah. While there's more time to grind out things in training mode, it's only gonna get you so far as your execution's gonna be pretty good, but you will suffer once you face a ZSS and you play neutral like every single you play so much neutral throughout that game, and it gets tough. Oh, speaking of Steve.
Hey, we got Steven. So we got being a very, very incredible Ness player. But my man also does have a few nice characters in the pocket. And I know Steve is definitely one of those characters that he's been going lately. And I'm always excited to see more Steve. You know, the Steve wonder has not worn off just yet for me. Although people are definitely starting to refine his gameplay just a little bit more, which is cool. I like to see how quickly people pick up these characters. And I feel like he's only going to get better in terms of optimization from here on out.
Yeah, day one metas are always interesting to watch because of how things like build upon each other. But now that we're almost a month in, like players are starting to realize that like Steve's vertical combo game has so much room for freestyle conversions and just development overall. Like Axe being a frame 6 anti-air that you can jump with is kind of something.
Axe can take people from like 0 to 80. Like literally, if you optimize your combo route correctly, like Axe into building blocks into the extensions are extremely scary.
And all these 0 to 80 combos are like with wood. Like imagine stone, iron.
That ain't what Notch taught me.
No.
Ooh, okay. Tried to use up smash does have a little scoop hitbox in front of it. So once it does scoop of the opponent, that thing is a crazy anti-air. Can also hit opponents that are just tall enough right in front. This matchup, I feel like 9Rob has got to be playing it pretty smartly. Not probably going to be using a lot of ABK in neutral just because Steve is pretty much waiting for ABK back to stage, just given how great the Magma block is at catching jumps and specials that go relatively high. I love the lone dirt block defending from the giant pit.
What I always find interesting about Steve is since they're one of those characters with just like 1.5 million different interactions that go into their entire kit, it's interesting to realize that most of his stuff are items like anvil, down smash, flint and steel. Like all of these tools are technically items, so which means you can climb with them a lot more easily. They clash with aerials, and in certain instances, characters like Isabel will just be able to pocket down smash. So, in the case of Bayonetta, she can use Witch Time to have a greater range and counter a lot of counter and slow down Steve with a lot more effectiveness.
And we're not seeing that too much right now. It's more of just basic kind of patient-y-ish Bayo gameplay. I feel like 9Rob is kind of struggling to get his hits. I feel like the combo game Bayo has on Steve is crazy too, just because Steve's hurtbox is pretty much the same as his standing hitbox as well. My man doesn't really fold or crumple or like recoil. So like you'll be able to get pretty generous combo extensions on him pretty quickly.
Yeah, on top of him having not really that great a jump, he's just mining away, isn't he?
His neutral goes crazy right now.
Yo, man.
His neutral going nuts right now.
Oh, he had the TNT there, but
oh god. Yeah, I want to see more of that from 9Rob. I want to see some guns. I feel like guns are perfect for at least catching Steve while he's trying to mine or doing something. Like I feel like you want to.
He blocked himself.
My man literally buried himself with dirt. I don't know how that happened.
I don't need you to dig my own grave.
I'll dig it myself. He's just chilling.
Like it's
some goon gameplay right now. He's got the diamond weapons on him though. The conversions and damage will be pretty nice. He's just got to connect or do something here. I don't know. It's such an interesting game plan because Steve can really throw a monkey wrench into a lot of plans just by nature of how Minecart can literally force you to abandon shielding. Like you have to jump. It is also a command grab, so
yeah.
It'll force you into some hairy situations. That being said, though, 9Rob, it's combos. Oh no! Should have done the lava block or the magma block rather.
Magma. We all learned the difference that day.
That's right.
Unless you're a geologist.
I didn't watch.
How dare you?
You watched Scientist Sakurai. Yeah, it's looking a lot better. Rather, it was looking a lot better for 9Rob. It just seemed like the thing they were struggling the most with was finishing their food. I mean, it is something Bayo can't struggle with, as they kind of need like a stray hit to finish their thing. They don't really have any confirms besides Witch Time. Oh boy.
That's damage.
Ooh.
41 and the combo wasn't even done, by the way. So.
Yeah, for real. Not bad. Like, not bad at all by any metric. Ooh.
Yeah, combos. Bayonetta. Poor Bayonetta in a lot of these cases where getting her to finish stocks is just, it requires much more committing than a lot of other instances. But you know what? If you're gonna run up and place TNT, like, yeah, I think you deserve a back air for that.
trying to find where this is in the bracket.
Look at
Can't
Steve
see.
clapping. His little square hands.
Just
If
just banging his bones together.
you ever see a penguin, it's like that.
And I'd like to report our first upset of the bracket. So,
Ruh-roh.
Balls Gaming, aka Grunt Gang's very own Null, taking it 2-1 over Sonic's Sonic.
Ooh.
Yes, is Sonic. Because I know Sonic's has liked to sandbag early in bracket, but I see all Sonic here. And Null is a very, very impressive Min player as well. But that is insane. Like already in bracket, like literally round 1, Null taking it. So really good stuff to Null right there.
Min's a threat, man. Like even outside of the like once we get into offline, I feel like Min is still gonna have really potent results. And like some other characters will definitely fluctuate, but Min just has, it feels like every tool to succeed.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see, of course, you know, in 2022. But
I can't even describe like how much work I feel like it takes to be a good Min because her like she does get blown up quite a bit for making mistakes, but her reward is so fat as well. Like the ability to being able to like range anybody out.
yeah, it's like I don't know.
It's
like,
kind of wild.
They like if you're learning Min, like doing 0 to 50s out of forward throw, it just kind of is, and on top of just some of the best two-framing game, and I don't know, like Min is insane. I have a high opinion of Min. I also don't like Min. That's okay.
Aside from that, though, we got this game too with my man. So had a pretty good lead game 1, and then I think he had a like writer's block with Steve or something like that because my man just wasn't converting. He wasn't killing. It just seemed like he was pressing some buttons, and it happened. It seemed like Nine Rod had like a more solid grasp, and that could just be like the matchup and experience. Like a lot of people's Steves are still pretty new to tournament, and I know is a Ness main, and not to poop on Ness players, but as a Ness player myself,
oh yeah,
a lot of us don't got no fundies, so.
You heard it here first, guys. Ness players do in fact mash.
We do be mashing sometimes.
Yeah, Steve's a different kind of masher though. Like I did a lot of associating with Game & Watch early in
I could see it,
early in Steve's development, but instead of take away the out of shield game, because Steve's out of shield game is only okay, but he still has a really capable defense. It's okay, as he just got caught caught slipping right there with that F smash.
Oh my. Okay, he could have got a little extension on the minecart there, but didn't keep pressing his advantage. He's out of tools, so like I like how has been just trying to mine for materials whenever he can, and he's been keeping the good stuff in reserve. I think that's super duper important, not to like blow your materials immediately, because you might need them for some clutch situations. I think resource management is very important. That being said, though, my man got caught trying to chop some wood where no wood existed. Got witch time for his troubles right there.
Oh man, some of these dive kicks are so like I understand why they're going for them. Just unfortunate missing the spacing on the up throw block setup.
You do see a lot of Bayo players doing that too as well. I feel like just because it is a very quick, not crazily reactable option that you can deal with, and I feel like ABK, like short hop ABK, is like the perfect height to be clapping Steve's head, whether he's caught jumping or not jumping. And are we gonna see a kill right here? Oh, very close. Holy moly. Okay, Nine Rob coming alive a little bit. You know, this is kind of the same scenario we saw last game where had the momentum, but then Nine Rob kind of brought it back a bit.
Yeah, keep in mind here, does not have a pickaxe on deck. He has an axe and he has a sword, but no pickaxe.
My man is ready. He's trying to throw hands. You know, I respect that. Ooh, okay, rolling. Steve's roll is extremely generous, but so is the Giant Fist. The Giant Fist covers a lot of range as well. Oh boy.
He's hunting for him. I like how it still makes a sound. Like, that's just such a nice touch. Like, if Steve falls high enough, he still has the... It's like, oh, I broke my legs.
I wonder if a character in this game will ever have fall damage. That'd be kind of nutty.
That'd be so different.
That'd be so weird.
I guess fall damage is like death.
That's true. That's the hardest kind of fall, damn. You think?
Oh no, I fell from 3 stories.
Nine Rob is
That's
giving
a
me a
long
little
way.
bit of heart attack with these 2 ledge recovery options. There's really not a lot that Steve can do off stage, besides like drop an anvil or something like that. I feel like Nine Rob should be opting to go to ledge instead of on stage, considering how high in percent they are right now. Literally 1 error will get them killed at this point.
I think that was a frame trap, and he just didn't go for the trap part of
Yeah,
the
he could
frame
have
trap.
definitely hit the second back air right there. Magic minecart ride for Bayo right now. This is super tense. Literally, just needs to get 1 more good hit to finish the food. He's pretty much out of any true combo range for Bayonetta at this point, so Nine Rob is going to have to be looking for like a witch time or some kind of straight hit. But if they do whiff, it's going to be detrimental. So literally, this is Oz game to lose. Honestly,
I would call this tense as well if didn't have a second stock
yeah.
showing in the back.
Jab.
You know what? Eventually.
Grab killing, huh? Okay.
Alright, here we are, 149. Now, Baya's been known to have these touch of death kind of combos, not as nearly prominent in this game, but her horizontal strings can be just
Wait a
as
minute.
deadly.
Hold on. Bayo special?
Okay.
Yo, this might be it. Oh no, got the single hit and wasn't able to follow up, and that is going to be a diamond pickaxe right to the back of the head. That was almost an insane combo. That's
Valiant effort.
That was about to be a butterfly emoji, nail painting emoji on Twitter combo right there. That was insane.
Purity special.
Yeah.
Butterfly nail painting. I'm just built different.
I've seen it from every Bayo at this point. Like, so it's a caption. You thought you could, do you know your queen, sweetie, or some shit?
Yeah. Don't worry, hun. I'm just built different.
That is how it would be.
Oh my god.
Um,
I can't believe that's a trend.
Bayo mains are just
every
like, they're just, I don't even think they're human. They're just like this collective entity, and they all say the same things all the time.
They're a unified force.
They're a unified force. They literally, I think they're a hive mind, honestly. I just need to find out who the queen bee is.
Should ask Connor. It'd be funny. Connor's got to be like pinnacle Bayo main though. He plays all the girls.
It's true. That's true, and they only mostly, except for Geist. Geist plays Wario,
Oh yeah.
which is kind of crazy. That's like the last. I mean, combo strings. I can see it.
Geist is the only confirmed human we've got in the crowd. In the crowd of Bayo mains.
Other than that, like it's all just other ZSS, Palutena,
Yeah.
Peach. You
Lot
name
of
it,
Peach.
they play it.
Game 3.
Yeah, game 3.
I do prefer the Bayo 1 skin versus Bayo 2. Personally.
What, this one? This is probably my favorite skin she has, honestly.
Yeah, in any of the colorations, but just the Bayo 1 overall look, I
Yeah,
think is
I
a lot
like
better.
it. It's a little more iconic, I feel like.
Yeah.
Just with like the way her hair is all done up.
She does have a lot of hair.
She does.
Confirmed.
It's literally all over her body, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
I've never played any of the Bayo games though, so that might be inaccurate.
No, it's not. It's accurate.
Oh
Uh-oh.
no! You have a
Don't
jump.
worry,
Okay,
it's
good.
Bayo.
Yeah, so it just looks like both of these guys have struggled to finish their food a little bit. Their stock finishes haven't been as clean. It just has been getting a lot of kills off of like bad landings on Nine Rob's part. I feel like they should just be opting to go to ledge a bit more, unless they're very scared of how to deal with ledge play. I understand though, like whenever I'm playing, I want to the ledge is an aspect I want to mitigate through completely, just because who wants to stay on the ledge and try to play rock paper scissors to guess what the other opponent is gonna do?
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting to deal with, but what has been really capitalizing on is just how aggressive Nine Rob is being off of ledge. Like with the exception of almost right there.
Yeah.
Like, all the ledge play has become like dive kicking from above ledge. It's been like short ledge hop fair, ledge hop ABK, like the classic.
And
a lot of those options.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna agree with your point right there, because I think it's a big thing lately with like Bayos, and that a lot of them tend to mismanage, I feel like, their defensive play as well. Like they want to open up for the punish as well, but I feel like she is still very, very light. So you want to be landing on stage safely, considering she does have a plethora of like landing mix-ups at her disposal. And I feel like 9Rob could just be a little less aggressive. Because he's got his advantage down. Like you saw that combo last game. It's just that you have so many things that you can do in disadvantage, like witch time or ABKing onto stage, or you have so many methods of mixing up your landings, and it's almost too easy to pick the wrong one a lot of the time, I feel like.
Yeah, that's why like I definitely see a lot of Beos choose to land with choose to cover all of that RCO lag, because after doing one of those full combos, you do have like an extra, whatever it be, like half second of lag you have to cope with.
She breaks
so
her
landing,
legs.
yeah. So landing with something like down air or landing with witch time, it puts you in the lag of those moves as opposed to the other ones. But at the same time, like that's covering up a bandage on a broken arm. Like you're not solving the problem entirely. I would feel very scared about placing these blocks, because
this block place is insane right now. You just place them down wherever, and they're wood too, so they won't disappear for a little bit. I'm very surprised they survived that right there. Well, great recovery right there, but
yeah, extra little glide. I do want them to be a little bit more careful with some of these block placings. Like off stage, like that's fine, but putting it up by some of these platforms just sounds to me like, oh, I'm giving Bale a place to reset her jump. Like,
I was also playing this like how I've seen most Steves play matchups, at least. It's just like mine resources to kind of bait the opponent to come in at them and then take a big old swing to get them away from you.
Yeah.
I think it was working for a good amount too, but I think 9Rob has finally caught on to it and is now like, all right, well, you're mining, like I don't have to come at you. Like if you can still beat Steve in neutral, you're still winning it. Like it's just he has more powerful tools, yeah, but you don't want to compromise your neutral or your stage control for just trying to prevent my man from mining some diamonds.
Yeah, the only real benefit Steve gains off of so much mining is, wow, that almost killed.
Any other stage,
insane.
I think she would have been dead skis. And did the ABK off again? That is so bold. I feel like it's so bold from 9Rob to be going for those, especially this situation. Oh, the block! The block! Maybe that's why he's placed them down.
Yeah, just, aerial traffic. Like, you gotta navigate. Oh, no.
Ooh, where's your mash? My man.
He got caught. He got caught jumping out of the
mines, brother. Get into the mine and get me some materials.
Send him to the mountain.
So that's going to be taking it game 3. But yeah, it just got... It's like when you get into a Disney ride. You just get strapped in and sent off. See ya.
Please keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times.
Have fun on the Snow Ride minecart ride. Snow White minecart ride. Regardless, though, really good play by didn't really deviate from his game plan too much. Just did what he had to do, mine those diamonds, stayed back.
Mine diamonds.
I just feel like 9Rob could have managed their disadvantage a little bit better. I feel like there are a lot of situations where they were kind of serving the kill up on a silver platter. Like they were playing great their last stock, but the first 2 stocks they just gave it up from doing like these willy-nilly ABKs on stage, not landing safely. Like you do have the RCL lag. Your legs will be broken for a second. So if you're gonna give Steve time to use his most powerful move, which is F smash, it's like, why give him that? Like you're literally just serving it up to him. So maybe just hang back, mix up the recovery a little bit more. Bayo can literally recover from the depths of hell. So why not mix it up a little bit,
Yeah, this is a real shame because you get so caught in Bayo's combo game and how like, oh, one hit gives me so much. I should look for the best hit I can find. So you start seeing them use a lot more ABK, a lot more heel slide, to a lesser extent, a lot more down tilt. In terms of down tilt being less punishable, but if they're just heel sliding all over the place, Steve's gonna punish that, or any good player should punish that like all the time.
Yeah. So right now, bracket is definitely looking like a massive toss-up. There have just been a mountain of DQs. Also, Bonai lost. Another upset too. Bonai losing round 1 to Big Man, the Mario player. His tag is just Big Man.
Big Man.
Big Man.
I bet he's
Bonai was going
the
DSS too. So
Big Man could be missing the old Mario taunt where he gets real big.
Yeah, get big on him. Javi also looking like he is not able to say buenos noches to us tonight because he did not check in to his match. So the first seed is up for grabs right now, especially since the other person that would have gotten the first seed is also. So J-Ray actually taking the first seed of this bracket.
J-Ray feeling good, right? How do we fit?
I think so. Yeah, Wii Fit is like a kind of popular-ish niche, still niche character in the Wi-Fi landscape right now. I feel like she's just so good. She can tack on damage quickly, and there are a lot of crazy Wii Fits out there just from every corner of the globe right now.
There was one on Monday, Depressing Junko, who got second.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was crazy.
Yeah, he was doing super well. Playing Wii Fit is a little bit tedious for a lot of characters.
It'll be a little hard.
But Wii Fit, like what you'll see, like John Numbers play, and he's like Ledge's friend, John Numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
But what Wii Fit, I feel like, is slept on strengths of Wii Fit are like she's so good in Scramble. Like she just has so good like individual buttons that just come out and like knock them away and reset everything.
The way she slips her hurt boxes and hit boxes around, it's
it
can be very hard to get a firm grasp on where she's going a lot of the time, and also with deep breathing, it's just like one punish can lead to so much.
It's better than
and soccer ball's insane. It's like a crazy projectile.
Yeah, I think I looked it up on looking at a lot of Depressing Junko on Monday. You know, you start looking things up. Soccer ball's active for almost a full 60 frames.
Insane. It's insane.
Like
that move is crazy.
It's just there for forever.
The hitbox is like pretty, and the arc it gets sent at as well. It's just like damn.
Yeah, the soccer ball might be like this. The hitbox itself is this full. Here, let me get it on camera. It's like a full extra.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like it's a second soccer ball.
Yeah, it's a bigger soccer ball.
So looking at this bracket right now, no. So actually, another upset happening again. Rivers falling 2-1 to New Gen, which is who we were supposed to be seeing against Penn. And James looks like he was going all Crom for that set. So
yeah, a little bit of a lesser upset, but an interesting character nonetheless.
Welcome to Wi-Fi.
True. Black Mamba falling to Ruler, the Little Mac. So we got ourselves a potential Little Mac making it through into Winterside top 16. He's one win away from there.
Ruler, I've heard Ruler before. Ruler is part of I think Holy Knights, which was just before the best Wi-Fi crew out there. Until Grunt Gang took that title, baby.
Grunt Gang. Woo. GG.
HK has some crazy players just like popping out. So yeah, definitely be on the lookout for him. Who else we got doing? Why do though not succumbing to the Wi-Fi upset just yet? My man is out here. However, there's a snake in bracket though. Alan Dis, who beat Noku Sonic, then beat another Sonic with the tag Prof, and now he's fighting Waidu right now. So that an upset on Noku is also pretty big, since I think he's been doing really well in Wi-Fi brackets as well recently.
Yeah, he's been playing a lot of Sonic mostly, despite being a PT main offline. But you know.
Oh wow, another upset too. A notable Luigi on Wi-Fi, Sarkis falling 2-0 to Penn. Penn Bowser player. So
and that's going to be the match we get next.
No one is
Gen Penn. No, not even a little bit.
Nobody's safe, dude. It's just a war zone out here.
Okay. Yet we see even Sharp down 1-0 in his winner round 3 against now it's 1-1. It's 1-1 in his winners round 3 with Tux, the Luigi.
I feel bad for anyone in losers bracket right now.
Yeah, like
I feel terrified. I would probably the worst losers bracket I've ever seen in my life.
It's gonna be chaos. And
yeah,
we're here for it. We're here for the chaos. Mm-hmm. Not the guy, but we're also here for chaos.
Beast looks like he's also keeping it together, managing to beat Thas round 1 and then 8 badges. Pretty traditional name in New Jersey. He's fighting Shineburst right now to make it out. So. We'll see how that goes, but yeah.
Shineburst
in the meantime,
Shineburst is nice. Don't sleep on Shineburst.
He's crazy. My dude. I think he's a Incineroar Marth dual main. Or
yeah. He pulled out He pulled out the Marth and he pulled out the Incineroar in
What a
several different
duo.
matchups. It's an
Duo
interesting
characters.
one.
Yeah, for sure. You got a Swordy and a neutral monster, kind of, honestly.
Yeah, I guess
feel
you try and pull out the Incineroar whenever you think the opponent is either like they're not playing to run away from me, or like this type of character holds in a lot, and you can kind of work around Incineroar's massive flaw. And then Marth is stable, the constant. Well, I say that, but you know, tippers exist.
Yeah, it's. I don't even know how those two characters translate in terms of each other. Honestly,
it's a duo.
that's.
I mean, I'm always the supporter of you should always try and play, or you should try and have a solid secondary in this game. There's just too many characters.
It's too many matchups you got to know, and like if you can make things just a little bit easier for yourself, or you can even shake up, because you literally have to relearn a matchup on the fly when someone counterpicks you. So, and one game is not enough time for some people to adapt. So definitely,
Not for sure. Not at all.
there's also someone in the bracket with the tag Smash Bros. Literally just Smash Bros.
I wonder what he's playing.
He's playing.
I hope
Luke.
it's playing random.
He's playing
Oh,
Lucas.
Never mind. That's pretty accurate.
All right, though. The next match is about to start between Pen and New Gen. So we're gonna see some Duck Hunt Bowser action coming to you right now.
Bowser Duck Hunt. I mean, if New Gen plays Duck Hunt in like bang, in a type of manner that a player like Zane, like how Zane plays Duck Hunt, this is going to be a rough time for Bowser.
Oh yeah.
It's such a underutilized, under talked about force in terms of like individual moves being so good, but Ken makes Duck Hunt like incredible in a lot of ways
too are like insane, especially, and being how big Bowser is, it's like it might be tough to navigate through both the clay pigeon, the gunman, and the can. They just all have such active hitboxes on them. It might be tough, and we're already seeing a little bit of that right now. The benefit of Bowser, though, is that once he gets in, he does the big hit. He does another big hit. He gets the kill.
He do big hits.
So, as long as Pen can close in the space and kind of hold center stage without freaking out, I think he should be pretty good to go. Just getting past this onslaught of projectiles is going to be the difficult part here.
Oh, I thought that was like when you saw that air dodge, you're thinking like, oh, time to run off fair.
That's actually scary. I don't think there's a way that Duck Hunt can actually get off of ledge while Flamethrower and Can't is present on there, just given how the Can doesn't really get pushed by the Flamethrowers' wind box or hitboxes. So you're trying to get up on stage normally, you'll get clipped by it regardless. Ooh boy.
Unfortunately, it's
So close.
several times in that whole sequence, Nugent was just struggling because his can was going the wrong way. Yeah, can always will be sending in the direction that Duck Hunt faces when he first throws it out. So that's where all the complex setups come. You have can coming in as well as Duck Hunt, or like closing a box around the opponent, but it takes a lot of setup, and sometimes Bowser just doesn't care and kills you anyway.
Yeah, the thing about Bowser is that he's so quick, and he can occupy so much space on a stage at any given time that, like, if you're still if you don't have enough time to think or set things up, my man will just be coming at you like a freight train. And the advantage he has on you as well, like if the Bowser just keeps on you after that first hit, it can be very, very difficult for a character like Duck Hunt to begin their next setup when they're being constantly, like, there's a hitbox always being threatened.
Yeah, a setup heavy character, as well as a character that can kind of struggle to kill sometimes, just makes Bowser. He just makes Bowser smile, because Bowser's already resigning to the free 50, free 60 that he's going to take in early stocks. So if you're just not, but if Duck Hunt doesn't kill you for another 60%, that's free feeding for Bowser.
It's also, Duck Hunt doesn't have like a particularly super duper heavy hit in his arsenal. I feel like like a lot of his aerials do follow up really nicely off each other, but they don't kill extremely early. They just kill at like pretty much regular kill percents. We also haven't been seeing any like crazy complex setups, I feel like, from New Gen. this set so far. Like anything that would string into like multi-hits, like using Clay Pigeon or anything like that. My man just let it rip.
Yeah, I
Or
guess
just
he
let it
saw the get up attack and said, "I don't care what you're doing next."
So it's
'Cause
almost
you-
like it's the trades in terms of interactions are going to be way more Bowser favored. I feel like than Duck Hunt favored. Like Duck Hunt will get like 1 or 2 setups that'll do some damage, but I feel like the big hits and space that Bowser occupies make it a living nightmare for a character that needs a little bit of time to establish setups in neutral, like Duck Hunt. So we'll see.
Which is a good implication for we're not going to see Battlefield again this set.
I don't think so.
I don't think we're
Bowser
gonna
just
see
takes too
Battlefield.
much room up. That's why. My man had no room to breathe.
No, he did not let his mans breathe.
He did not.
It's intimidating with Bowser too, because like you'll start. It feels like every time you play against a Bowser, you start off so strong, and you're like, "Oh man, I'm putting on all this damage."
I'm bodying this guy. I'm destroying him.
And then Bowser's like, "Oh, yep, back to neutral."
3 hits. Oh, game's even. Oh, that sucks.
Oh.
Sucks for you, man.
I do want to like just in terms of counterplay and watching how this game has played out. Penn did let New Gen recover pretty often, or at very least get him get back to ledge. And I know Bowser's like, you know, he's got that down angled F tilt, and that's so strong. Also, okay, small battlefield. It's a little bit different.
Another live report coming in from Fang News coming in right now. We got Tux taking a 2-1 over Sharp. So now losers bracket is literally a Shark Tank. So I don't know what's gonna happen at this point.
I'm sorry for anyone who entered.
Yeah, literally. The only people that I seem to have made it out unscathed that were projected to do so, I think was just Waidu. I think Waidu was the only person who managed to conquer the Wi-Fi mix-up.
Beast is still to be decided at the moment, isn't he? That like looking at it right there, like we saw New Gen go low. I feel like if you're Bowser, that's run off fair. That's run off fair territory.
If he can do it, he gonna be doing it. Okay, yeah, I like how more Clay Pigeon is now being integrated in. I feel like, and also with small battlefield, in a way, it gives Duck Hunt like. It seems like my man, either in his head or just the way he's been carrying himself throughout this game, it seems like he does have a bit more breathing room now to deal with Penn. Oh, but the good games coming out there. The GG's fist bump me coming out.
There we go, bro.
Good game.
Got you.
You played really well.
So disappointing.
Yeah, this is rough. This is rough for my man right now, dude.
rough. Like a dog, hard to bark. I'm sorry for that one, everybody.
It's just that New Gen isn't getting like any long, crazy strings, and they just kind of struggling to finish their food right now. Like Duck Hunt kind of needs an up air or like a well-placed bear to really finish off stocks, or like a good can throw as well. It just all of these are so situational, and the amount of it doesn't look like Penn has been jumping too much either in neutral. I feel like Penn has just been, or at least on his approaches, I feel like Penn hasn't been putting himself in situations where he could get clipped by any of Duck Hunt's projectiles a lot of the time. He's been holding it down really, really nicely.
It's neat to watch how Penn is like approaching this matchup, because he's very much tempered around like knowing what Bowser is good at, and he knows that Bowser doesn't need much.
Yeah.
He knows like the amount of openings that he can get is probably going to be less overall. So if he can just play this calm, play it collected, then like Bowser will inevitably like overwhelm New Gen.
I think also it's like how people decide to carry themselves against zoners like Duck Hunt as well. Just because like in a lot of situations where you have a character like Bowser who kind of needs to rush in or like needs to find his way, and it's kind of big bodied, it's like a lot of people would kind of freak out because like you'll be kept in disadvantage by the onslaught of projectiles that are coming at you. But Penn has not like been panicking. He's been kind of holding center stage and has been waiting for the cracks in the armor to appear. So he can get through and land his hits. Like my man has not been charging in brazenly. He hasn't been trying to counter any of the hitboxes coming out. He's just been trying to seamlessly weave his way around it, taking it very patiently. And it's definitely paying off a ton for him right now.
Yeah, he's been holding center like super duper well, almost making New Gen try and kill him off the top, and letting Can and Gunman send him just across the full stage. And he's been living to 200 pretty much every stock of this set so far.
Oh, wait a minute. We got some big combos coming out right there from New Gen. All right, that was slick. All right, Pen has got to find his way back to Earth somehow quickly. Because now he's taking a ton of damage, and New Gen has not gotten hit in quite a minute. So it looks like they finally found their way to how to navigate through a lot of what New Gen is doing, and it all comes down, I feel like, to that Clay Pigeon. I think the Clay Pigeon has been causing a lot of really nice opening, and that will be it. Yeah, New Gen taking it back really, really nicely.
Caught the neutral getup when back against the wall. He found out that Pen was more likely to neutral getup out. Neutral getup through a lot of Duck Hunt's traps and just use the invulnerability or try and get his shield up first. But there's one frame where you can hit him.
So glad the camera wasn't on me there because I just spilled so much water over myself. I tried to do the air sip because I got chapstick on, but then it just all came flowing out. I just missed my mouth completely.
I'm sorry. pour one out.
Nest players, am I right?
Gee.
Got him.
Right.
Oh,
Pour one out for Fang, but not on Fang.
Get on
okay.
me. Here we
FD. That's an interesting pick. Go, whoa, whoa, whoa.
All right, so we got FD. I don't know. I don't know
if
how I
there's
feel.
If there's anything that you're approaching this with as New Gen, it's like, oh man, that last stock was all me. Like, I feel better about playing against Bowser, about knowing how to counteract Bowser. I know I can hit my combos now.
He tightened it up really, really nicely too. Oh boy.
Gunman is so interesting. Like,
He's putting in work.
It's like it's another one of those characters, right? Like, there's the Steves and the Duck Hunt and the Wii Fit of one of the, or there's those characters that are like, they're so different. They're
so
quirky. Yeah, that's like the best word for it, because their kit comes together in such a weird and unique fashion that it makes matchups a little bit more awkward. It makes playing the characters a whole lot more awkward. Like, no one just picks up Duck Hunt. It's so no. That's Bowser day one. Don't rapid jab him.
It's like, it's just because all of the things that come together to get a good punish from Duck Hunt rely on a lot of situational stuff.
Hey.
The fact that Duck Hunt players have to do like Calculus 3 to try and find a lot of their punishes the majority of the time, it can be a little stressful sometimes, because with a character like Bowser, who's pretty linear in terms of how he wants to approach his punish game, he's just gonna go right in. Meanwhile, you have to be slippery, kind of set up your little traps, wait for the one little hit, and then string that into a bigger hit as much as you can. And then for your kill with Duck Hunt, you just want to find a confirm, or eventually just whittle your opponent on with enough damage to the point where one good stray hit from either can or back air or up air will finish the job. It is such a roundabout way to approach Smash in general, but good Duck Hunts who know how to do it, they're some of the finest players I've ever seen.
Yeah, you get to, when a player knows how to utilize Duck Hunt, you get players like Raito, you get players like Zane, who are like topping at events, like beating massive threats, like taking upsets and getting top 8 at Evo.
Because the trade-off you get for playing Duck Hunt is also a lot of people not knowing how to play against Duck Hunt. I feel like I don't know a single person out there who is like, yeah, I'm the greatest at the Duck Hunt matchup. Like, I'm super confident in how to beat Duck Hunt. Because you just don't get that matchup experience a lot of the time.
With almost 80 characters at this point, there's bound to be those levels of matchups, but it feels like Duck Hunt, ever since coming in Smash 4, it's like, wow, like nobody plays Duck Hunt, and nobody continues to play Duck Hunt. But when they do,
it's like, oh damn, like they know their stuff. Like they're an anomaly in the system.
glitch in the Matrix.
He's gotten a little more popular, I feel like, as this game has come out. Just because I don't feel like anybody I've ever known who has played Duck Hunt in this game, who played Duck Hunt 4, is like, yeah, the character got changed so much that they suck now, or I can't play them anymore. Because I feel like he more or less stayed similar to how he did in 4. It's just how the game's mechanics now work around his kit. Could be wrong on that front, but Duck Hunt players yell at me if I am. But I'm pretty sure Duck Hunt players who played him in 4 are like, yeah, I could still rock with him in Ultimate. Like, he's still solid.
Yeah,
He always was solid. He's literally the definition of anti-meta, I feel like.
Oh yeah, like in a lot of ways. Like he's more anti-meta than a character like Game & Watch or Sonic or even other quirky quote-unquote characters like Wii Fit.
Oh my!
All right, that was a good fast fall out of the up tilt.
I think we could have seen maybe a fair instead of an up air there off the nair combo. I know falling nair is like Bowser's big converter for him. Okay, that was interesting. Opting to land directly on the can there. I don't know if that affected how both of them took damage in that aspect.
They get the same knockback at the very least, so maybe you can reset yourself back to stage sooner. I'm not sure.
Well, these players have got to watch their landings right now, especially Penn. This is like the 3rd down smash he's gotten hit by this time around. He's got to take it a little slower.
Oh, the trade with the Nair on up B.
Oh boy.
That's huge.
This is tense. New Gen does not want to overextend whatsoever.
Oh, that fair was amazing.
It's a good fair. Oh!
Down tilt? Okay. He just does it again.
GG's. Good games, man. Good game, man. Take my hand. Hey, man, you played well.
Yeah, good GG's.
Yeah, Pen 2-1. Good games, man. Yo, Pen 2-1. Hate to see it. Or love to see it if you're Pen. But,
it's just, it's
really
one of those tools.
He did the low-angled one, then the high-angled one. Oh, no, he did low-angled again.
He just did twice.
He's like, no,
caught him jumping.
You're going to fist bump me. I don't care if we're in a pandemic right now. You are going to fist bump me, bro.
Elbow bump?
But Penn
Oh
making
God.
it out of pools over New Gen. So
A tight one. A very tight one.
yeah, guaranteed 9th now in winners quarters of this tournament. And yeah, Beast made it out unscathed as well. So our top 16 winners side is starting to formulate a little bit.
Yeah, Null and Pen. Now, keep in mind, I don't know if they're going to be playing. No, they're not. Beast will be playing against Big Man, but
Big Man.
on again, I don't like to call back to previous brackets too much, and I know I've done it a couple times, but Null with the Min Min mirrors another player, Poke Lover, who got 4th at Fusion with again solo Min Min. So you know there's a bit of terror with this character coming through into the winner's circle, and potentially higher, or already guaranteed 9th. I don't know how Min Min Bowser goes. I feel like Min Min should hold that pretty steady, but you know Bowser may pull out some surprise things, and Penn may pull out some surprise tricks up their non-existent sleeves.
I don't know what we're gonna see here, to be honest. Gonna be seeing something. Yeah, though. Looks like
Only one more.
so the last entrant to the top 16 club, I believe, is going to be Jaja, taking it 2-1 over I don't know what characters played this time around.
I don't know.
Jaja, though, making it.
Jaja.
We got our winner's side, top 16, fully formulated out here now.
That's
We
pretty
got
hype.
Big Man and Beast. Now, Big Man beat Bonkai, so I'm ready to see him get big on him, real quick.
Yeah. Is a Big Man, perhaps a grower, not a shower, but
Is he a big enough man to take down Beast? The Beast Zard. The finest Charizard player east of the Mississippi. Who knows? I don't know how... Mario Charizard, obviously, you know, once Mario gets his little feet all over Charizard, he'll just be outputting a ton of damage. But if there's one thing I know about Beast Zard is that
oh my God.
it can take stocks away immediately. My man has the... My man is oozing cheese from every pore in his gameplay. Because his conversions
Check out
are
this
so...
stuffed crust, baby.
They're insane. He's like, it's like if you took like a man out of an insane asylum and told him, play this video game real quick, please. Like that is how I'd like to describe Beast and Zard gameplay, because he's a nut job. I don't know if this connection, we're seeing some hiccups here. I don't know.
It's They seem to be playing around it perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Especially like Big Man has not stopped his forward assault, which
No.
you know you could argue that maybe he should.
That's the thing about Mario is that he's such like a blank canvas in terms of how you want to play him. Like I've seen super crazy aggressive Marios. I've seen Marios who are just kind of an all-around type player. I've seen Marios who are super duper defensive and try to really manipulate their hurt blocks so they'll never get touched by their opponent. Like I've seen there's literally every shade in the rainbow for this character. So you know, and he is, you can switch on a dime, you know, you can be really aggressive 1 second with him, and then the next second you can play super defensive and just shoot a bunch of fireballs. Like, sky's the limit in terms of Mario play. And yeah, he just did it.
He just did it. We're not going to comment on it, but he did it.
He did the thing.
Yeah. It feels like Mario's game. Oh no, don't drop shield. Oh no, no, no.
He will do those.
Yeah. I mean, we're at 208 now. Like this is the kind of percent, like as you're mentioning that it almost takes like Mario, you have to change up your play style because like when you're at those low percents, you want to go in, you want to get those big combos, you want to rack up that damage. But when you're starting to really let that percent climb, waiting around in shield, like looking for these reverse up smashes, like those well-spaced back airs, and slowing down the tempo and utilizing Mario's like, really just a really great frame data. Starts to make more sense as that was a really good high recovery. I do like that. You know, he took 123, you know, because, you know, Ivysaur, but...
Ooh! Swing that neck. You know?
Do you know Charizard F Smash can 2-frame?
I didn't. No, I wish I did know that. I wish I did know now.
He has to angle it down, but it can 2-frame, and it makes me feel bad sometimes.
That was
Oof.
I feel like I like Beast's creativity with the way he approaches Charizard because there are a lot of players who will be very set in their game plan a lot of the time and not try to like mix it up super duper hard. And I feel like Beast will pick some crazy unconventional options that you didn't necessarily know you had to watch out for. Just like F Smash and neutral, just because Charizard reels back so tightly after it, and also the flare blitzes in neutral. Just like my man will do what he has to do to take that stock. It's like two knights sword fighting, but one of the knights throws his sword away and starts biting and clawing and scratching at the other knight.
It's a joust, but one guy has a knife. Like, wait a minute.
Beast is the kid who pulls out laser gun and rock paper scissors before they stage strike.
Didn't you know? Gun beats rock.
Yeah, dude. We're gonna get back into it. I want to see Big Man play a little bit more patiently. You know, Mario and Shield is nothing to scoff at all. So I'd like to see him slow it down just a little bit. You know, wait for Beast to exhaust his crazy option. Don't try to outmash him. And watch out for his grabs, because his off grab game is insane. I think they're lag testing at this point because there were some hiccups that first game. I know Beast hails from the city of Philly. I'm not too sure where Mr. Gigantic Man, Mr. Enormous Male is from. Humongous.
Yeah, I mean, just based on his tag alone, it seems like he's been playing using Shadows to Lyric, using her at her location. So. You know, that's probably a good sign for good internet. You know, streamer, classic e-girl internet.
Classic e-girl internet. I'm gonna check where
getting right into it.
Where is this dude from? We'll find out.
All right, Big Man. Okay, it
So
seems like Big Man is learning from his mistakes, and 67% in the blink of an eye.
So Big Man is from New York. So my man is a city slicker. So the connection shouldn't be too bad, honestly, because Tri-State has a pretty good connection with Tri-State typically. Oh my.
That would have been an insane reset.
Yeah.
Like, it's a bunch of these wild cards that Beast will pull out, and it feels like he's got a new one every set, or he'll reuse one of his old ones when you least expect it. Like, we've talked about the raw flare blitz, but his awareness in advantage is something that makes Beast so terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. Like he'll really punish you for picking the wrong tool with some Like my man has so many cards up his sleeve, it's ridiculous, and he will make you feel like an idiot for pressing the wrong button with just giant unorthodox hits. Also, just the way he moves with Zard too, it's insane. Like the way
It's different.
I feel like no other Zard moves like Beast Charizard does. He just knows Charizard inside and out, I feel like, in terms of movement and hitbox and hurtbox manipulating.
He doesn't have a jump. Just making it back. Right, like, it's to associate with Pokemon, which is kind of... It is always nice when you can associate the character with their series, but like every other Charizard, like they're using basic set. Like they're running, Protect, Flamethrower, or maybe like Blast Burn. They're using like bread and butter kind of Charizard stuff. Beast Charizard, you know what? I'm gonna put on this tech option just in case.
Yeah.
He pulls it out.
And he's just so good at managing Zard's resources too, like the multiple jumps, knowing what to do out of shield, knowing how to use Charizard's tail to his advantage. Like, if you do not feel even slightly confident against Pokemon Trainer or Charizard in that manner, who is, in my opinion, the scariest Pokemon to fight because I feel like he's the weakest in a lot of Pokemon Trainers' arsenals. Whereas here, Beast's Charizard is the strongest Mon in his arsenal. So
yeah, he leads off. He leads off slow, at least offline. He hasn't been playing his Squirtle at all.
Not a lot of people really know how to tackle Charizard. I feel like because of how widely played Squirtle and Ivy are played early to late game, Zard fits this interesting dynamic where a lot of people only switch into him when they're about to die or if they need, some big hits. Beast says he's going to be my starter, my middle, and my finisher. And not a lot of people can get that experience, I feel like, against Charizard.
Yeah, it's a full course Charizard with a side of Ivysaur instead of a mix of the three.
Man was reading
this.
No, he dropped it.
What a mash!
He had a great combo and then he dropped it. He missed the last up air, and unfortunately, it was the last up air he will ever throw out.
It's insane that Beast is never trying to pick a defensive option.
Yeah,
it's I'm mashing up B out of this. Again, armor. It does have armor, and that is really potent, but. Like there was no hesitation on maybe I should try an air dodge and try and do that. It's like no. If you don't kill me, I'm killing you. This is the deal. Shake.
I think you're absolutely right about that. Like we just never see Beast on the defensive ever because my man is so confident in how he's been handling his advantage. Like even if he gets completely walloped for a stock, he will not falter or get scared because I think he realizes that he's very confident in that. He will be able to erase your stock before you erase his a lot of the time. That's almost, I feel like, the statement he's trying to make here. Regardless, though, that is going to be a pretty hefty 2-0 right there for Beast, locking him into our first slot of Winner's Side Top 8 here at DNA Season 8, Week 6.
I don't know who we're going to get next, but... It could be one of any of these. Like Luminous has been putting on a show. Do we have a? I don't know who just joined, but Luminous has been putting on a show recently with repping those pits. Pit I think is like the more I see Pit and the more I play against Pit, the more I kind of realize wow, Pit has got so much better. They didn't change too much or anything too big, but what they did change was absolutely huge. Like down tilt being so much better. Like effectively being a DI 50/50 is really important for a character who's much more close quarters than what he could have played previously. It's of course Kirby is a little bit awkward to play against, just kind of in general. Like you never want to be too close to Kirby ever, but at the same time, Kirby's going to crouch under so much aggression.
Yeah, Jaja is the best Kirby in the game to be doing it right now. His combo game is lethal as well as terrifying. Like I feel like once that man gets one hit, he will be able to string you so confidently to 60 plus. And he just has such a good grasp on how to cover Kirby's weaknesses, which is that Kirby's a little slow, has a little bit of difficulty getting back to stage. Like my man is an advantage monster. Like, he knows how to keep you on the back foot and keep you terrified, because Kirby on the ground is pretty scary. Good poking tools, down tilt, can auto trip, which will link into a smash attack, which can be a kill confirm. Kirby's also got good, like, Nair is a crazy powerful option out of shield at the higher percents.
Yeah, it comes out really fast. It's
like,
surprisingly so. Same thing with like back air, like all of Kirby's buttons. Like he's one of those characters like similar to Dr. Mario in a lot of ways, where they're held back by their attributes and not necessarily their buttons. Because point for point, like Kirby's Nair, good. Up air, good. Like down tilt, F tilt, they're all like, these are good.
They're all
tools.
great moves. They're all fantastic.
But then like sometimes he can't hit you. Sometimes Kirby just has to play this really slow, like really grounded kind of game to make up for his faults. And Jaja's willing to put in that patience, which is what gives him such a great reward in a lot of games. We're not seeing that though.
All right, here we go.
I was talking like we're gonna see Luminous and Jaja, but no, we got Pen and Null.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to see Null's gameplay, because Null has been kind of popping off lately, just with Wi-Fi entrance lately. Also a member of my Wi-Fi crew Grunt gang, so I gotta represent. But we're seeing him out here, and he's been a monster in every facet, like both crew battles and in tournament. Like, my man is a monster on Min Min. Probably honestly like a top 5 Wi-Fi or top 5 Min Min. I'd confidently say right now, maybe.
There's not many.
Really good.
Well, there's a lot in Japan, but there's not many in the US.
They love Min Min, but in terms of North America Min Min, there's not too many out there.
It's really insane how like characters can super swing. The prime example previously was ZSS. Like, Japan thought ZSS was top 3 easy.
Yeah.
Min Min is up there as well, where like US is trying to figure out still like where Min Min can really be placed, and Japan is like, no, this character is easily a threat and easily a top tier. Which, take that for what you will.
That was so smart, using the megawatt right there to stage spike, force an attackable. That was insane, and the hitbox on it is so active too. Like, I would have never thought to just run off and go for a stage spike like that. Like, it's just that creativity, I feel like, that makes Min Min shine, more or less. Like, also just love the range Null has been playing at so far, just like not letting Pen in whatsoever, just managing their punches really, really nicely. Not letting him play the game at all.
They outrange every character in this game, and if you're gonna pick Min Min, you better try and use it. Like, I know Min Min has some decent combos out of things like falling up air, out of down tilt, but at the end of the day, the bread and butter of this character is the name of her series, Arms. Like, if you're not using the arms, why are you playing Min Min?
That's insane. Wow, that's the second stock they got off of that. And I obviously Bowser's not one of the best recoveries out there, I feel like. Yeah, he can make it back from deep, but he's kind of slow, big, and he's pretty susceptible to getting edge guarded depending on how you can attack him. And if you have a character like Min Min where you can kind of safely outrange the other character, like, you'll just be putting on a ton of percent in damage right there. Pen has just not been able to play whatsoever this entire game. It's just that he's been getting consistently outranged, and he's been trying to jump in to close in space instead of, I feel like, doing what he should be doing, which is like walking or just taking it a little bit slowly.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because Min Min doesn't have the greatest anti-airs. Like, one of the biggest flaws of this character, besides the edge guarding, is, or getting edge guarded rather, is all of her best buttons are rather linear. Like, her best anti-air tool is something like up smash, and you don't always want to be swinging that around willy-nilly. But keeping Bowser out is something that characters have been doing for years with less range, and if you give the character full stage reach, like, it's hard for Bowser to avoid so many of those tools because he's just so big.
That looked rough for my man Pen. Like, they just didn't seem like they were able to get in whatsoever. Null was only really swinging. Like, I don't think they were really only swinging when they knew they were able to get a hit in, or like able to keep putting space between himself and Pen. Like, And he kept the mix-ups really, really nice too. Like that pivot grab was very excellent right there. Just keeping a very, very nice range against Bowser. It's crazy because on a stage like Smashville, you're like, oh, well, I can, close in the space between me and Min Min a lot quicker. But when her moves literally are full stage attacks, it's like, what can you do to not get hit?
Look at this Ram right now. Like, it's covering the space between ledge and Smashville platform by itself.
That's insane. We got a Min Min scientist on our hands right here.
Yeah, it's an orchestra and Bowser's the fiddle.
He just like can't get in. I feel like this might be not the greatest matchup for Bowser either, because when Bowser does get in, he can do damage, but given that he is a heavy, his giant hurt box makes him pretty susceptible getting clipped by almost everything Min Min can throw out. So you gotta really have a tight neutral, I feel like, to play well in this matchup.
Yeah, you can't always fully rely on Bowser's out of shield game because Megawatt does so much shield damage.
Yeah.
If you're gonna try an edge guard, like Bowser doesn't have the air speed to cover multiple options, so Min Min can, the Min Min player can choose to go high or low, and it's her tether, funnily enough, is the fastest to go from grabbing ledge with the tether to pulling Min Min up. That's a shame.
What happened?
No jump, I think.
Oh, okay, big trade right there.
This is a much better look than the first game, though.
Yeah, I think Pen has done a lot better at finding what Min Min does struggle with, which is recovering a lot of the time, because recovery honestly isn't the greatest if you do put her out far enough off stage without a jump. She can also really not throw out a lot of options when she is off stage. Like, only I'd say right at the beginning of when she gets hit can she counter hit you back. So if you're almost just waiting a little bit for her to swing, or waiting for her to be in a really bad spot, Bowser has no trouble just doing runoff fair and getting in there quickly.
It's just a matter of, will Bowser have enough time? Hit a Megawatt. That sucks.
Yeah, Megawatt and air trading with, looks like attempted down air right there.
Yeah, it seems like it.
And it won. Megawatt's nuts.
Megawatt's insane. Like, it's insane because, like, you're always trying to have on the second arm, the special arm, either Ram or Megawatt. And Ram is arguably the better of the two, like having better frame data and a more, like, just straight up cheating with down-angled Megawatt to cover, down-angled Ram to cover the ledge. But as we say all this about, oh wait a minute, hold on.
Good, really good stuff by Pen on saving the jump right there. Oh my gosh, this is like very, very scary for Pen. Like, they're doing so much better this game, though, I've got to say. I don't know if you want to be putting yourself back on ledge against Min Min. Oh god.
These neutral getups are starting to come out in full force, and you mentioned it before, Megawatt is so active that you can just have it stick right on the neutral getup space.
Oh!
Mashing out of this.
What?
Okay, not dead yet.
The mash out of hit stun with Megawatt. Oh, great grab, punishing the end lag on the arms, coming right back. Tried to go for the big punish right there with the fair. That might have been able to kill, but rolls into the up smash. He doesn't die!
Bowser, heaviest character in the game for a reason. 169 and still living.
Oh no, is what I would say. Did the light hit instead of the hard hit, but that should be it. Right.
All right, there it is.
Megawatt allows also for Min Min to kind of play Bowser's game, but at a harder range. Like, it hits super hard, sends kind of far, does a lot of damage. It's basically having like a heavy strapped to your hand, but not actually being a heavy.
I love how Null approach ledge trapping as well, because he's taking the idea of, okay, Min Min's really susceptible to jump ins, but instead of trying to turtle down and wait for the jump aerials, he's instead preemptively covering those options by throwing out in that last kill, he threw out Megawatt to cover the neutral getup, but then jumped with it so that he could throw out the second arm to cover the potential jump from ledge or jump out of shield should the Megawatt miss.
Min Min is all coverage. Min Min is the Verizon mascot. There's just coverage on all fronts. Like, even after you throw out one arm, you can, like you said, jump out and throw the next one out. So you can cover so much airspace without sacrificing any of your mobility, really. Because Min Min doesn't have like a lot of mobility to begin with, but the arms do so much of the work for her. Like, she doesn't really have to worry about putting herself in bad spots, and like you also don't have to worry about like getting counter ledge trapped or counter edge guarded or anything like that, because she can hang center stage and do the same thing that most characters do close up. She can cover roll distance, she can cover jump get up, she can cover neutral get up, she can literally cover everything, all from center stage, which is insane. So really good stuff to Null right there. Still, Penn looked a lot better that game too. Just was figuring out how to mitigate through min a lot more. So Null will be going to face off against Why Do Bad Things Happen to Good People in winners semis. I think we got one more winners qualifier match before we get into our top 8, which is going to be Luminous and Jaja. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what's going on.
All right. The previous pre-game analysis can just be subbed in right in here.
Yeah. Hey, good pre-game. So we should do pre-game analysis for Null and Penn, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah, of
We
course.
can do a swap.
So Min, right, on against Bowser.
But they're jumping into it already.
No hesitation, not even a little bit.
Just dive right in. Why not?
Kirby Pit. And so the one thing I could think of where Pit can kind of struggle with that, aside from down tilt, a lot of Pit's aggression comes from rising aerials. They do a lot of rising nair into like rising fair. Those are the combos that most Pits get the majority of their damage and more of their stage position out of. Kirby just doesn't have to get hit by any of those. And so we're going to have to see how Luminous chooses to adapt out of that, if he's going to start waiting. Okay, well, that's one adaptation. Just raw down air.
Oh,
it's an option. Look at the little wings he gets.
I actually like the copy ability a lot, because it allows the one thing that Luminous has kind of over Kirby, which is not having to approach. Now Kirby's got a zoning tool as well to kind of throw out, and given how Kirby has multiple jumps too, it works perfectly as like a little disruptor to shoot in here and there.
Yeah, if Kirby's able to copy a projectile, like, you know, it's been a thing since Melee. Like, Kirby eating Falco and copying Falco lasers, like, suddenly that matchup's even.
Yeah. Because the raw thing you can do to kind of mess with Kirby a lot is camping Kirby out. Like, Kirby has to come to you most of the time. Jaja is really good at, like, mixing up, though, with the up B a lot of the time to, like, sort of force out, like, a pseudo projectile. Or rather, just Kirby's own projectile to come out at like a mid-range. But having a full screen projectile at your disposal already makes the main drawback of playing Kirby like a little bit more nullified. However, great catch by that up smash on Luminous's part right there.
It's the other main drawback of Kirby. He's a little bit slow and he's really light.
Get him back to the ground.
How does Kirby do it? Which is kind of why like Jaja has been playing it. Well, he doesn't. It's why Jaja's has been playing super grounded when he can, utilizing those pretty solid tilts, a lot of short hop aerials that he knows will auto cancel. Alright, that's okay. I thought that could confirm into... No, that's not strong enough. If you land on the platform, maybe.
Oh boy, okay. I like how Luminous has also been not like getting complacent, like he's getting his counter hits in when he can. I think that's super duper important against Kirby, is not being too afraid to trade in the air, or at least get Kirby off him. Holy moly.
What is going on?
I think that was a fantastic trade right there.
That's a trade you take every day of the week.
Yeah,
That's
literally, they weren't able to make it back like in any way. Like Jaja sacrificed an early stock, and I think it's good because Kirby can kind of match up damage pretty. That's gonna be it.
Oh my god. Why are we even here?
I don't think Luminous even intended to do that. I think they were going to try to go for a dare or something, or it went down. But
that's what it looked like at the start.
Kirby's jumps are not that great. He moves very, very slowly upward and also very, very slowly to the side. And my man had already exhausted his dare, which forced him to go a lot lower, or rather exhausted an option already. So he wasn't able to get up really that quickly in time. Yeah, he used a dare, and then what happened? Oh, the hammer. Yeah. The hammer screwed him up, and he tried to get away by going back, but I almost feel like he would have been better off trying to hug the inside of the stage. I feel like it wouldn't have given Luminous enough time to do anything, because Kirby really can't get stage spiked at like 0. Like you won't have enough force. So I feel like Jaja should have opted to go into the stage and hide under the lip of PS2 rather than just going outward, because already it's a lot better for characters that are trying to force Kirby out that way anyway. If you literally serve it up for him, He's gonna capitalize. Very unfortunate footstool.
Yeah, a pair of misinputs leading to some great awareness on both players, but a pair of misinputs leading to the final 2 stocks of that game was a little bit unfortunate, and that's gonna lead game 1 to unfortunately be put in the bag rather early. All right,
Going back
resets.
PS2 though. If I'm Luminous, I'm popping off over there.
Yeah, why not? You know, you've got yourself a W. You're already playing against a character
Wow.
that you seem to know how to play against.
Jaja, I feel like, hasn't also been respecting Pitt's counter edge guarding game a lot. He's been kind of trying to force these low dares off stage, and literally one counter hit can put Kirby in such a terrible spot. Especially from a character like Pitt, who can recover from pretty much anywhere. Like, he can afford to throw out more hits off stage, I feel like, than Kirby can, just by nature of his jumps being better, having more range, like...
Yeah, just having a phenomenal, in terms of distance, a phenomenal up B, like, power of flight goes as far as you need it to,
Yeah.
like, and more.
My man has no intentions of flying even remotely close to the sun right now. Like he's got Pitt's limitations within grasp. I feel like he knows when he can and can't be swinging.
Hey,
Oh boy. Gosh.
all right, one more of those looks like it'll do it. No rage probably was the saving grace of Jaja in that last. What was that upper dash arm? I think it's called.
I've also said this till the end of time. I feel like Pitt players literally have like the best neutral in all of Smash, just because they're so used to their character being like so mediocre in many aspects. Up until probably this game, I'd say this might be, besides PM, like Pitt's best iteration.
Yeah, I would agree.
The buffs he got. Oh my god!
It's always been that kind of in a fighting game where all these characters are doing unfair things because it's a fighting game. Pitt was not doing anything unfair. Now he has like a frame 4 nair. Now he's got a frame 5 down smash, and you know what? Everyone gets one.
My man is like Buddy from Incredibles, like or Syndrome. Like he's just surrounded by this world of superheroes where he's just a sidekick, and he's trying to make something happen with what he's got.
But now everybody's super.
Yeah, now everyone's super, including Pitt. Now Pitt's got some cool
Yeah.
confirms, a little bit better in terms of how to work with him. But Jaja really taking this one back.
I think that first dare, kill was like what he needed, because
Yeah.
Luminous was doing such a great job of like augmenting his distance and changing his angles to.
Drag down fair into the
Wow.
really cool. You didn't see dare into it, but my man linked that seamlessly almost. So
Yeah, I think final hit, like, it's weird, right? So final hit dare can sometimes pop up opponents with its landing hitbox, which usually why confirming it to up air and up smash is a lot easier. But fair 1-2 drags down in similar to other drag down moves, which puts them in. It doesn't put them in tumble and makes them stand right so perfect that usually it's something like F smash, but down smash is equally as strong. It seems like.
that was such a good link right there too. Like it was that looked buttery smooth with how cleanly he was able to get that out. But yeah, it's gonna bring us to a game 3 between Luminous and Jaja.
There was a combo that I was seeing labbed out by Kirby players after the buff called fittingly the Kirby Air Ride, where it was up tilt down air, down smash, which was all true. And it's like, why? It's apparently incredibly tight and not super practical because the percent window is super small. But hey, you know what? If we get a combo called the Kirby Air Ride, I'm happy.
And Smashville, I feel like, I don't know, because I feel like Pitt arrows are kind of eliminated from the equation a little bit here, but it doesn't seem like Luminous was too bent on using them anyway. So my man is pretty eager to swing and trade with Kirby, which is honestly, I feel like what you should be doing, just because how light Kirby is, and you kind of need to get Kirby off of you to establish a little bit of breathing room, because when Kirby's on you, man, oh boy, he can apply pressure so well.
It's frightening when Kirby's like actually able to utilize all of his tools. But Luminous has done like a really great job, not only just like scrapping and making sure he's calm under the pressure, but he's done a great job of luring Jaja into the air with him, where he can use Pit's better airspeed and use his disjoint much more effectively, and not have to worry about these like nair out of shields or any of these rounded buttons that Kirby has. That was a really great back air.
That was a great, like that is above and beyond nice back air. That was a fantastic, like, because Luminous was like licking his lips. He was ready to encroach with that there to catch Kirby's last jump to ensure that Jaja couldn't make back. And my man used his last jump to be like, "Get off me! Don't come around and try to attack me here." And I think Jaja bought himself a lot more time by doing that, because I feel like he could have been down pretty bad if he didn't take that stock with that back air right there. Oh boy! How do we recover if we're Luminous?
You keep hoping. You wait until Kirby doesn't have any more jumps. It seems
true.
like low percent. You can sometimes catch bad recoveries, cloud recoveries or or like tether recoveries. But Pit can just hold that up B button and wait for Kirby to run out of resources.
Oh boy. Okay. Jaja have been navigating around Luminous a lot better than we've seen previously in this set, I feel like. Like, he's been jumping, doing these little empty hops right over Luminous's body to kind of like force him to jump and make him think that, okay, I have to trade with him in the air. He's been using Kirby's tiny little body to sneak in some excellently spaced back airs. Oh boy. He's going for it. And that's going to be it. That's what you want.
Yeah, force Pit to cover straight up. Like, the more linear you make a recovery, the easier it is to intercept, and that's kind of what Kirby's down air is best at doing.
I feel like I've not seen any other Kirby, like except for maybe Jaja, be that good at like threatening multiple options. Usually we'll just see most Kirbys run off stage and do dare, call it a day. Jaja has threatened with back air, up air, and down air to force kind of force these little traps where Luminous is like, oh, I'm kind of forced to pick an option here, so I have to commit to it. And now my man down bad now. My man down real bad because Jaja securing that game 3 and nailing themselves into the final spot of winner's side top 8 here. Going to be fighting off against Beast here at DNA Season 8, Week 6. So really good stuff to him. Still good effort by Luminous, I gotta say. Kept it very, very close.
Yeah, there was such a big window of fear factor. It felt like Kirby's bubble of pressure is just got so much bigger as the games went on and as every single interaction started to progress. Like earlier in that final stock, like Jaja was making sure he got these up air ladders and resetting on the Smashville platform to the point where Luminous apparently felt much more safe to drift away and out towards Kirby's much more potent back air. They're using the multiple jumps to sway back in and out. Even with the minimal airspeed, you don't need to travel too far if you limit the opponent's range of movement to just a smaller square. Corner pressure, everybody.
That was nutty. I don't think I could have phrased it any more eloquently myself, honestly. That was
Oh, I was eloquent? Thank you.
honestly. That about sums how Kirby can deal with that. Quarter pressure is nutty as well. So yeah, losers is trickling in to the more expected. Rivers is going to be making out their losers, as well as Bonkai as well. Eevee Doll. Everyone who was expected to kind of make it out their winners is now trickling in through losers at this juncture.
That's a heck of a losers. Like we've said it before, but that's a heck of a losers.
I want to see who got stuffed out. Shine Burst got stuffed out, unfortunately, by Bonkai.
Zinkus got stuffed out by Ividal. Rivers beat Tux. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold the phone. Sharp. Oh man, Sharp actually
Sharp
was.
out?
Yeah, Sharp got seeded into play Sonics, and now Sonics is playing against New Gen for top 16.
Oh wow, yeah.
Sharp's out at like 25th.
Yo, shoutouts to also Pete from Anamanaguchi for taking a game off of Sonic's Sonic. Good stuff. Sonic's been dropping games today.
Yeah.
They're making them bleed out here. Sarkis also falling to Rivers and losers. Sonic Fiend is also going to miss the mark for making it out of pools as well. Who else am I seeing? Yeah. So losers bracket looking like the Shark Tank, as I said previously. But other than that, kind of moving as expected, more or less, I feel like. What is the word, Chris? What is going on now for us? Because I know this.
How are you, Chris?
Yeah, how are we doing now, Chris? How are we doing now?
I'm still coming down from the stress, but
yeah,
we're good. We're winter semis, so we're gonna get both of those. It looks like we're getting Null and Bad Things first, I think, and then we'll be seeing J-Ja, and Beast.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it looks like the stacked players still managed to find their way to winter semis. You know,
A little bit of a longer road. But
yeah.
A road less traveled by. I don't remember the ending of that line. It's Dr. Seuss, man.
I just know the a road less traveled part. I don't actually know what comes after that.
I took the road less traveled by, and that made all the difference. That's the line.
Ah, okay.
I feel like every time I'm on DNA, I just like, let's get in the back pocket of what's in Ubul's skull today. And I just throw something at the wall. It'll be exciting to see how Rivers manages to go through. I mean, like Rivers has always been like he's arguably the most decorated player on this in this bracket, or at the very least left in this bracket. Mm-hmm. But going from losers so early, like that's just got to take a toll on you for just how many matches you have to play, how many sets you have to go back to back with. And I don't know if he had any DQs. I can check, but like, and this goes for every player that gets into top 16 losers. Like the relief, I wonder if that's of getting into top 16. Like I wonder how much of that is offset by just the sheer amount of like weariness that came with that.
This is a big bracket, although a lot of it has been circumvented by some DQs, but I do agree that the people that got forced into losers have been forced to travel a very long and rocky road on their path to stardom and glory. But people seem to squeeze their way in regardless, so that's good. I'm excited though. Do we get to cast some top 8 matches?
Do we?
You'll get at least one. You're gonna get one of these winter semis.
Epic.
Still got a little bit of time left.
You know, that's pretty cash money, not gonna lie.
I hope it's the Null Waidu set. Even though both of these winter semi sets are going to be extremely nutty, how often will we ever get to commentate Me Brawler?
I think that's what you got. I'm guessing Schnesty is Bad Things.
Kirby Charizard is also something
unique, that's for sure.
Something special. So we've got quite the... I like the diversity that Wi-Fi brings, honestly, because you literally see every walk of character come through.
Especially Mii Brawler, like having them. Well, not only are any of the Miis not very popular, but Mii Brawler is like gaining a lot of traction for the shift in meta that he's gone on recently. Like Mii Brawler used to have like his more like consistent kits would always include things like shot put and like the flaming like drop kick. Instead, there's plenty of Mii Brawlers that are shifting in the special layout to include that like mock punch or that 1-inch punch neutral B that you can confirm out of falling up air, the down throw up B3 to kill at like 80, like true combo out of 80.
The character's scary, dude.
It's incredibly frightening.
Me Brawler players are the players I want to be on their good side, because I don't want to be on their bad side, man.
You're just hit with stuff you've never seen before.
No,
like,
exactly. Like, who are you? How did you get here?
Where did you come from?
Do we have Guy Fieri coming out? Is what I want to know.
It's Guy Fieri.
Yeah, we got him. We got Guy Fieri and Min Min duking it out.
Going on a diners, drive-ins, and dives. Comes across a ramen restaurant, and she's like, "Get out of my shop."
Restaurant could be 2 out of 5 for me, but got Captain Falcon running the restaurant. You think this fool knows what he's doing? All right, though we're looking to see a lot more aggression already off the bat from Null.
I'm going to refresh because my stream has frozen again.
Yeah, we're seeing already some pretty aggressive play coming out of Null, just right off the bat. Like a lot more scrapping than we saw with the set with Pen, and I think that has something to do with just the dynamic of this matchup and how both of these characters kind of opt to scrap with each other. Oh boy!
Oh, he got clipped.
Did
no, that's what I come back to.
He dead as hell.
Gotta tell you, Ram's insane. Like just and it's not even like the strong hit. Like the charge hit's incredible, but that little boomerang, that's what gets people. Like it catches jumps, it stops high recoveries, it stops like all this counterplay just by being active for so long.
Oh god.
Ooh.
Yeah, so kind of a mountain for Waidu to climb right now. My man has been losing these trades and not really been able to get any kind of solid hit on. It just seems like Null has been able to ride momentum like so well this tournament. No jump left on the Min, and that'll be... That ramen has been cooked.
Oh yeah. This is how you cook ramen. Welcome to Flavor Town. You say that, but he's down 2 stocks. But yo, this is kind of a nice string so far. It feels like Null has been. Oh, there it is.
Oof. Yeah, the megawatt. I feel like almost trying to scrap with Min in the air at kill percent is almost just like a bad thing to do, just because that thing literally goes in a circle. So if you get caught out in the air or like take a bad trade, it's gonna suck. My man was also landing with Nair a lot, which isn't the biggest hitbox. Like me Brawler, at least the way that Waidu plays him, is like playing a more unorthodox Fox, I feel like, where Nair is going to be the primary tool we'll see for him to kind of get in a lot of the time. So if you're up against a character like Min, who has a fantastic anti-air built into her kit, it can be a little scary. I want to know what neutral B Waidu has, because I feel like shot put might be able to open up a little more stage control for him, because it seems like it's just like having a character with small hitboxes continually attempting to run into Min, it can be quite difficult, especially since Min's entire game plan revolves around my arms are going out, but my body is going far away from all the action.
You're always within arm's reach in a lot of ways, like especially with like the dragon. What is it? Dragon Fang? No, that's Corrin. The dragon laser. The bleh. That is that just extends the reach even further in some ways, like covering PS2 and more. All right.
But what I've seen is that one Waidu does get in. He is honestly, I feel like, one of the best neutral E type players I've ever seen, just because he knows how to get in kind of and navigate through a lot of stuff. The punish game is also kind of nasty too. And at ledge, he's literally a monster.
Schnasty.
He's schnasty at ledge for sure. But I don't know how much matchup experience he has against Min. I feel like it's a character that's still a lot of people are still trying to figure out in terms of how to approach. Null is also one of the best in the business to do it, as he's been doing such a great job of just keeping Waidu off of him. He's not been letting Waidu in whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a weird way of doing it too, because it's not just like a hunker down kind of defense, but whenever it feels like Null gets any sort of pressure put onto him, he's counter hitting. Like at a hit stun, he'll throw out the megawatt as it lasts, and that's his neutral B. It's the rapid punch. I don't remember what it's called. Mach punch? No, that's Pokemon. I'll think about it later.
All right, though, yeah, see, I haven't seen Waidu using many specials at all, and I feel like it might be the way to kind of mix up how he's been approaching, because, you know, after it's like watching a movie over and over again. Like after you see the 17th Nair coming at you, you're like, all right, I know what's gonna happen here. And I feel like Min just excels so much at catching landings too.
It could be a matter of disguising his intentions. Like the less you know about me Brawler, the better for
that's true.
For why do bad things. Like by Min or by Null not knowing what this side B could be, it makes it all the more likely that could be the last stock.
God, and this megawatt placement has been fantastic from Null so far, just using it almost to land a majority of the time.
Oh, there it is. We saw it.
Oh, boy. There we go. One more, but not going to take the stock just yet. That was so good.
I'll tell you that little black. It gets him.
Min on any MLB team in the outfield. She will catch everything, I swear to God.
Yeah, that would be a little bit unfair.
Oh, no, that's a kill.
You're dead. Me Brawler doesn't have any, with the amount of raw kill power he has, combined with his his pretty solid confirms. It's like you gave me Brawler, Fox back air, and Mario up air. So like he can confirm into kills, or he can just raw find them in some cases.
His like that side B right there is like a I don't know if it's a command grab, but like it's a kill confirm in its own right because it's literally a homing attack that locks into a multi hit into a kill punch. So it's just like.
Oh, was that the side really... he had? I thought he had the command. I thought he had the suplex one.
No. I don't think he has a suplex on. I saw the multi, like
the rapid punch. That's the neutral
punch into the uppercut. Oh, that's neutral B. Okay.
That's neutral B. Oh, he's dead.
But that nair will steal it. That was so good.
Tether recoveries.
I'm pretty sure for the up B he has the axe kick.
Yeah, soaring axe kick.
His neutral B is the rapid jab. I don't think we've seen the side B yet.
I think I saw it whiff once. I think it is the suplex.
It is the suplex, okay.
Which is just like that's just a good move. It beats shield, does 20%. Like it's all base knockback, but like, whatever. I think.
Oh God.
He
tried going for it there.
That's neutral B. That little.
Wadu's chases were so good that game too. I feel like just when he got himself in, he managed to stay in. Like he didn't get to. I feel like I see a lot of players like against characters like Min when they get walled out quite a bit, they'll get almost discouraged into abandoning their game plan a little bit. B-Brawler has to get in there. My man doesn't have shot put in, so he has to get in there at all costs. And Wadu just knew how to react really, really well, and found his openings when they counted. Honestly.
I just realized that his name's not Schnasty, it's Schnesty.
Because he's been
playing Nest.
Yeah, he's been playing a lot of Nest lately. After his combo video where it's like Nest Dittos are nasty or something like that.
What is going on?
He's doing some Guy Fieri activities.
That was kind of nice.
He's making a mean souffle right now on this man. That ladder combo was kind of nutty. I didn't even know Brawler could do that.
Yeah, like leading into the up tilt. It didn't look like it was 100% true, but it called out the hold in DI and made the most of it.
It's crazy how this man makes me Brawler work, honestly. He just
been making it work, too.
Yeah, he's been maximizing his punishes super duper well a lot of the time. Going for back air right now, that probably will kill at the edge of stage. I feel like Null has been getting a little too stationary now. In comparison to when we saw him play against Penn, he was moving around a lot more and being a lot more fluid and mobile. I feel like he's been trying to scrap way too much with Waidu.
Oh, no.
Of course, things like that can happen, where we just drop our fingers and a little too low on our controller, and we explode.
Fast all right past another edge, holding there while we do so.
Do be like that.
Sometimes it happens. Giving up the lead so early to a character like Min is just so it's
rough.
It's rough on the mental game. It's rough on the actual gameplay because now you have to approach a character that can do 50 in the blink of an eye. Like you lose out on a lot.
A little bit of a flub there, I think, because Null has been eagerly awaiting Waidu's nair off stage edge guard to kind of clip out of the recovery right there. My man dipped a little too low and ended up SDing because of that. I also like what you said about the lead thing, because Min is really a character who can, at times, depending on the range her opponent is playing around, she can really dictate the pace of a game really, really hard. So if you give her a lead, it's like you're pretty much forced to play her game.
Yeah.
That conversion was nuts by Waidu. Waidu brought back all that percent so quickly.
And he catches the jump. There's no... I don't think Min... Yeah.
No jump left. What?
That was so
bit
smart.
Up more than he could chew. And
oh my god! I think he caught him with, was it Megawatt or whether it was up air, but he knew that that Waidu bad thing was going to come down to try and confirm the kill. Like just sheer awareness is the name of the game in a lot of fighting games, but especially a game like Smash where you have the range of movement just becomes so much wider. Like being able to know what your opponent's going to do and where they're going to do it is. Like it's just such a huge part of the game.
I think not giving up is also extremely important. Just like even if you know your stock is about to go down, don't write it off until you've dropped it completely. Because I think Waidu had that kill in the bag, screwed up and tried to go for the confirm right there, and Null was like, "All right, I'm going down, but I'm taking you with me." Null just has to be careful on his jumps here. Oh boy.
This is what I mean. Like, no, whenever he feels threatened, he's throwing out Megawatt or he's throwing out Ram just to try and buy himself some time and give himself some space.
Oh, man, these rolls are terrifying. I feel like Waidu's gonna catch one of them.
Oh, he was looking for it.
Oh god. He just did the I'm about to lose this game, which is roll twice in neutral. The tech in! Oh my god.
That almost
didn't hit! Oh! Yo.
that sealed it.
He finds the back air.
That was okay. The back air climbed with the Megawatt, by the way. So he knew that he was going to ledge hop Megawatt in that interaction and put a back air right where it needed to be.
He's been doing it this whole time too. Oh my god, that is so unlucky right there for Null. But yeah, I feel like Null didn't have to fight his way back. Like, he already got to ledge, so you don't really have to fight your way back on a stage like that, especially against me Brawler, where they kind of have to guess or react to what you're doing on ledge. I feel like the risk reward was just like not skewed.
On top of me Brawler doesn't have a
oh no, go off.
Me Brawler doesn't have a lot to hit ledge, so waiting on ledge for a little bit longer is a lot more safe than it is against, if it's a character like Game & Watch where they can just down tilt you for hanging on ledge too long.
Exactly. So Waidu though, persevering after that rough game 1 and super close game 2 manages. I also just felt like Waidu had the good player factor there, which was just like keeping his composure. I felt like he kept his composure a lot better than Null did. We saw with the rolls towards the end, Null was definitely getting a little antsy to get something started in terms of counterplay right there, but unfortunately Waidu was able to just keep his composure, look for his win condition. My man found it. Just like a metal detector drawn to metal. Anyway, I believe we are getting a swap out right now, so before we leave you in the capable hands of Hangman and Stu the announcer,
the legends themselves in the digital.
My name is Fang. You can follow me on Twitter at Fan9S, on Twitch at twitch.tv/Fan9S, and also youtube.com/FangPlays. I upload a lot of Smash content as well.
It's pretty good Smash content. That's
follow
true.
my man at Soul on Twitter.
Yeah,
also
we'll eventually get that Twitch working, but in the meantime, follow me on Twitter so you can get all those updates. And the camera's over here.
Anyway, guys, shouts to Chris for rolling with the unfortunate circumstances that were dealt to him.
And good luck with those circumstances.
Yeah,
hopefully sooner rather than later.
Thank you guys for helping me make the most of it. I do appreciate it very, very
man.
much.
The show must go on, and you did, I think, a fantastic job. So without further ado, enjoy the soothing sounds of Hangman and Stu.
Yeah, and we will bid you good night.
All right, you guys should be... Oh, wait, hold on. Almost. Just kidding. That's right, don't touch anything. All right, there we go.
Pleasant good evening. Are we live?
You are? Sorry, yeah.
Oh,
I said that. Yeah, you guys are all good. You're seeing live screen.
Good evening. Welcome to Master Hand Gaming's YouTube channel for the continuing coverage of DNA.exe, presented, of course, by the good people over at Master Hand Gaming in conjunction with the UEF. I am Stu, the announcer, joined here by Hangman. We definitely know that y'all are here because you appreciate the appeal of an event where you know the results by the end of the night. But Hangman, quite frankly, we're just here to enjoy some Smash.
Absolutely. You know how it is. Especially with DNA, has always been popping up not just good results with good players, it's always been such a strange toss-up of play. Like, just looking at this top 16 ahead of us, it's not the usual affair for what we see from the Tri-State area, but it's definitely looking good, especially with Waidu's run tonight, which I'm especially looking forward to seeing if he can hold it on while he's hanging out in Winners Finals.
It's been interesting. I mean, Waidu, we've known them such an eclectic figure, both on the sticks and really off of it. Just one of the people that it really wouldn't be Tri-State without bad things. And I think we're going to have this fight throughout the night. But for now, I will
definitely.
Yeah. But of course, why do bad things happen to good people? Both an existential dilemma and a very good Smash player from Long Island. But yeah, he's been tearing it up. You saw that victory over Null. Who's been putting in some work on the Min themselves. But I believe we're going to get into winners semifinals, something a little more in the realm of my neighborhood, and that is, well, of course, the Kirby of Jeja, but also someone that we know very well to these tri-state top 8 brackets, and that is the Zard himself, the Beast.
And as far as matchups are concerned, I feel like we have a really interesting one ahead of us because all 3 of the parts of Pokemon Trainer are susceptible to taking lots of damage from Kirby, as we're already seeing from an explosive opening from Jeja right out the gate, 108 and counting.
Yeah, we've seen this quite a bit. Jeja has been... Oh my gosh!
Jeja's been
Stop
cooking!
the clock at 22 seconds. That's all Jeja needs to take stock number 1.
All right, let's see if we can keep that momentum while Beast sitting here on his Ivysaur immediately off the Angel Plat. Plenty of opportunity for Beast to come back, considering how well that Ivy, especially Charizard, can push out opponents to the ledge and keep them there. One of the weaker points of Kirby as a whole. But you cannot slow down Jeja. This is a very explosive start from the gate. We'll see how well he manages this, because Kirby as a whole is susceptible to dying early. I was ready to see a little bit of hits away, and a strong burst from Beast immediately evens up the stock count.
Yeah, and going with the Ivy, might as well. Got those hitboxes, you might as well utilize it. And of course, they're very strong, capable of killing Kirby off of the top. It's just been crazy what we've seen from Ivy over just really the course of this game, where people are claiming that it's the what is it about Ivysaur that makes her so polarizing? Because I keep seeing, like, okay, it went from they're the best part of Pokemon Trainer's Toolkit to they're one of the, like, they would be a low tier by themselves. I don't think that those two are necessarily exclusive, but at the same time, what is it that makes Ivysaur so... I mean, I'm trying to come up with the word. Maybe you can.
Well, when you look at Ivysaur as a singular unit, you see a character that has tools that are a bit more acclimated to controlling a close to mid-range zone without really sticking in it too heavily. And then you see a character that also relies on a very strict hit confirms into combos for securing whether it be damage, stage control, or even netting a kill. On their own, you're not really seeing anything that's too threatening, but in conjunction with Squirtle's really heavy combo game and ability to control platforms very well, on top of Bowser's ability to just secure kills and relentlessly assault opponents at the ledge or off stage, as we're seeing
like that,
as he controls game 1. As a whole, Pokemon Trainer works. You can't really separate the parts one for another. That being said, though, we know Beast likes to put his chips down on the big lizard itself, because Charizard definitely lent the hand, or claw in this case, to making that game 1 really shine after Jeja opened so strongly.
Yeah, definitely the claw in this case, and certainly the back claws, as we saw that dare just punishing as ever, and Jeja simply not ready for it. I don't believe that was a tech situation, didn't see anything hit off of the stage, so that was that's game number 1 for Beast, and we're going to take that and rewind it back. As they went towards the ledge, Jeja perhaps getting a little too big for their britches, and immediately that's when Beast saw the opportunity and hits the dare before the regrab could be handled there.
It seemed like he dipped too low with Stone Kirby. Now, Stone is a move we've seen Jeja use plenty of times, whether it be returning to the stage at a more reasonable space or to try and catch people off guard, but the amount of recovery frames on that move make it so that Beast has plenty of opportunity to position himself with either Ivysaur or Charizard for a potentially killing blow. We saw him get a little bit of damage in Game 1 with Ivy's up air, and we just saw him clinch out Game 1 with Charizard's down air. So let's see if Jeja manages to fix that up, not leave himself so susceptible as we roll into Game 2, which is right in the back stadium.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're that is the most you might see out of that Squirtle this entire night. But the what ins and outs do you see from Jeja exploiting in order to get themselves back into this thing? Because it's not like they had a bad game, but when you are getting hit into confirms like that, as you said, Ivysaur relies upon it, but when you're getting hit into stuff like that, it makes it very, very hard, especially for a character as effective as Kirby.
I feel given the nature of fighting Trainer, you just have to minimize the situations where Trainer's able to interact. We see that every time Beast is in control, he's racking up massive damage or getting kills relatively quickly. And because of how well he leverages Ivysaur and Charizard's kit, that's all he's doing. He's basically min-maxing things so that when Beast is in control, it's going heavily into his favor. Jeja needs to recognize that and try to pull back really hard so that he could force Beast out of that momentum and force a wayward approach.
We knew that was coming eventually, that neutral B, but that's Beast is always ready with that, and it's going to be hard to catch him with that. I think he's played Bonk and friendly too many times in order to get caught by that. But
That was an amazing combo from Jeja. You even had the lock in there to extend things further. That was an amazing chain.
and that was beautiful, and confirming it with that drill on the down air. That was Jeja has always been ready to with a thing or two, but I'm impressed with just how efficient they've been on offense, and really it just seems like Beast has been rushing into a lot of this stuff. I mean, we know that he plays a hyper aggressive Lizard, but I mean, even to this extent, it's a little surprising. Confirms with an up smash there, however.
Yeah, no, that's just how it goes sometimes. He sees the opening, he takes it. Very much in play for how he plays. Although, one thing I want to highlight, I feel like Jeja is very much a similar player to Beast, where he sees the opening, he will take it, no matter what. The problem is that Kirby as a character is much more acclimated to just like all or nothing plays, like we saw there. That offstage play could have ended disastrously for Jeja, but excellent spacing on the down air does manage to confirm game 2 for the Kirby.
Yeah, so Jeja tying things up at 1, and we're going to take a look at that on the replay, I'm assuming, because I found it interesting on the last play, and really just all throughout the set. Jeja not really missing their mark, and again, you didn't even see that splash screen, but definitely there with the down air and realizing exactly where that Zard needed to go. As good at recovering as Zard might be, they're only really good at recovering from 2 specific angles, and that's this way and this way, going horizontal and going vertical. So you kind of have a general idea of where they are going to be, and Jeja, well, you give them 2 options like that, they generally do not miss their mark.
The combo was so clean, too. Another thing I want to point out, because you've been bringing up the down airs from Kirby quite often, and I want to point out Jeja's timing on those and spacing. Jeja's just barely hovering right out of the sphere of danger that Fly presents, and then taking advantage of once Fly is no longer a threat to start drilling. Like, that level of patience and precision is key to Jeja being able to take advantage of these situations. But let's see if we can press it even further. This is looking like an all-stadium game right now as Game 3 brings us right on back home.
I mean, those feet ever so slightly disjointed, and you do kind of have to time out that down air. That thing starts up pretty late. If it's not, I will look up the frames, but it's somewhere around like frame 16 or something. But it's maybe even longer. Jeja going to counter the ledge play with those up Bs, and yeah, that's Beast almost getting mixed up by that, and you're not careful, those points can accumulate pretty quickly, even if you're a big lad like Zard.
Indeed.
I know it's a general statement, but it's
I mean, there's certainly merit to it. Like, Charizard is a big boy. He leaves himself susceptible quite often to just stray hits. And Kirby's the kind of character that can make that stray hit into 30 to 50% if the Kirby knows what they're doing. Unfortunately, Kirby has to put in a lot more work than Charizard does on that front. Now we see Jeja completely exploding, meanwhile Beast chilling at 109 and counting, and still living pretty.
I'm kind of waiting for when it's going to happen. We've seen Wisconsin in the news a little bit, and that's why I'm waiting for the cheese. And you know what I'm talking about when it comes to Zard. That back throw into Bear. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of when in this tournament it's going to. And I'm hoping for Jeja's sake that it's not going to be them in this Game 3 scenario.
I mean, Max Rage Charizard isn't anything to scoff at. We already see back air from center stage threatening before Kirby's even in dangerous percent. If Jeja's not able to clean this up soon, it could be disastrous. But punishing the wayward Fly, we already see Beast losing out on that opportunity. He's got plenty of time to come back to it.
that seems to be the hole in the armor for Beast all too often, is that they go for these sort of trepidous flies, and they're not going to be able to recover on this, losing the stock, and J-Jaw's going to simply float back down and pop themselves right back up. I'm not sure if that's just a short hop nair in celebration, but either way, J-Jaw, go off, King. You got Beast down to their last stock.
I mean, you were asking for a little bit of cheese. There's a different flavor of it, but Beast snapping right on back. Flurry of down airs and up airs builds the damage and connects the kill, showing that Ivysaur plenty popular here to play. But let's see what Beast can do while Ivysaur's still out. I feel like we haven't really seen a long-term bout for the Ivy, just sort of racking up some damage, securing stage control, and opening the stage for Charizard. Ooh, that was a good Razor Leaf too, trying to just judge out where J-Jao was going to place themselves.
Yeah, I mean, tag on a little bit of damage, maybe make them question their movement a little bit, because of course they do add up, but man, oh man, eventually you got to press the equal button and see just what it adds up to, and well, yeah, Charizard sticking its neck out in more ways than one, that'll certainly figure it out for you.
Very well played from Beast. That was also a very dangerous call when all things are considered, because Get Up Attack would have eventually gave J-Jao stage control to the point where he probably could have just pushed out and gone for the kill. But the fact that Forward Smash from Zard reels him back before he comes in for that hit meant that he was safe from any of Kirby's options off the ledge. He would have covered stand up, roll in the attack. And J-Jao was pretty close to the ledge too, which would have just put Beast in an amazing advantage. But either way, that secures Beast's ability to fight Waidu over in Winners Finals, so you're going to be feeling right at home once we get into the top cut for tonight.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's... I was about to say bad things, but then Waidu, I know that's what you're going to be calling them. It rolls off
the tongue better, doesn't it? Doesn't it just make more sense, Stu?
No, because the emphasis of the name is bad things, which is the thing that's in
middle
question.
Of the anagram.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we're talking about the acronym, that in itself is kind of a mess. But whatever it is, yeah, definitely going to be feel right at home. Whatever the code name, we know that Beast is going to be providing the Bears. So we're going to see that in Winners Final, and certainly I'd like to thank you all for joining us here on the YouTube channel. That's right, the YouTube channel of Master Hand Gaming. And Hangman, it's been a fun night so far. Definitely enjoyed the commentary, honestly, from UBL and Fang as we were carrying through the earlier parts of the bracket. But yeah, you definitely mentioned how this was an unusual bracket, not even necessarily for the sheer character variety. We've kind of gotten used to that, but really just what we've found having success, because I don't remember the last time I've seen a Mii brawler in a Winners Final of this thing.
I mean, it's few and far between because the character has such a low representation rate at a higher level of play. But it goes without saying that Waidu is one of the best to rep the character, especially here, not just in the tri-state area, but in the States in general, considering really solid offline results and always regarded as being a powerful player. Often seen through his content, but hey, he's making a statement here tonight. But we'll see more of him later on. Right now, we're going to be moving right into White Nova versus Bonkai.
Yeah, and White Nova, we've actually seen them have quite a bit of success in these tournaments in the past as well. White Nova, I believe, making it all the way into top 8 of last week's DNA, only to be felled by the eventual winner. That was indeed Chunky Kong. Certainly one of the more unforgettable sets in recent DNA memory, with them versus that Steve building the L's, and eventually Chunky Kong building himself the dub. But that's something to reminisce upon later. We got to live in the moment, and right now Bonkai certainly living for this, trying to finish it off with the flip click, and eventually does get the kill, and just moving all over the place to employ a tri-statism.
All right, the sleaziest of edge guards to be expected from Bonkai. Even amongst the midst of a little bit of a character crisis, you know the Zero Suit is here to stay and here to play. Amazing control of the character. Bankai's always been regarded as being one of those, not quite hidden talents, but the ones that, even if you don't know right off the top of your head, even if you don't see their name in the title, of a stream, you can't sleep on this character and this player at all. And Palutena, a very popular target for any of the residents from the Empire State. This is a matchup that Bonkai is going to know very well, so seeing how well White Nova navigates around Zero Suit is going to be interesting, especially given how laterally oriented that stadium is, because it gives a lot of room for Palu to be able to build up plenty of damage and to shark bad landings. But at the same time, Zero Suit, an incredibly agile character, is very much capable of taking advantage of this stage to make for any clear escape and build up pretty safe damage in her own right.
It's kind of interesting because this isn't necessarily a Wi-Fi warrior special. We have seen Bonkai have tremendous success offline, making both the New York PR and indeed Philadelphia when they wound up moving down to Philadelphia to attend Drexel University. So just tremendous success all in all. And White Nova, not too bad a player themselves, an individual from out of the state of California, and as they are going to try to continue their good run of form and Wi-Fi brackets, Bonkai going to utilize that flip kick again. One of the best singular options in the game, but it's not like Palu doesn't have that nair. Of course, boost kick up to the top. I'm not going to call it what I used to call it. I kind of save that for juice, but maybe if I'm feeling it, Bonkai can show me something. Who knows?
Well, this boy's never done with tricks of his own. Solid Zero Suits are pretty plentiful within the entire tri-state scene, but Bankai's put a lot of effort into making a name of his own right. But let's see if he could keep it here.
I think every single DSS in Tri-State has had a character crisis at some point, save maybe Dylan. Oh, but look at this! The rocket kick off of the top. There, I pulled it out.
Keep on coming right back for it. Excellent control of the sky. Bonkai going to be taking game one.
I couldn't resist any further. I had to do it. But yeah, you saw it. White Nova making the mistake of going into the corner and trying to... Yeah, this was the first stock where I thought the flip kick was coming at first, but then Bonkai said, lulling him to sleep, and then bam, hits him with it off of the ledge. So beautiful stuff there from Bonkai, and I believe this was the last stock where, White Nova eventually punishes that, but here we go. This is the up air string, and eventually, White Nova not able to DI, and you get caught in that, it is hard to get yourself out.
Indeed, especially considering the fact that Palutena doesn't really have that many landing options. At best, she can warp across the stage and then just take advantage of having really good aerial movement to position herself better, but down air is only active for like 1 to 2 frames. You're not doing much with that. Nair is not a good landing option, just outright, and unless you're bold enough to go with counter or a really well-spaced auto reticle, you're honestly just looking for a beating if you're trying to land on top of Zero Suit. It's just not working out. So let's see if White Nova cleans up any of that aerial play and starts to take advantage of things being a little bit tighter here on Smashville for Game 2.
White
Or
Nova,
we're going to see Bonkai immediately take advantage of the close quarters and just start to put out some big damage.
again, you're going right into the octagon,
Pure
but...
animal.
Bonkai, mutually assured destruction on Smashville. You got to come ready to step into the octagon, and wow, coming out swinging.
We're out here guns blazing on Smashville. Amazing start. Both players taking it in stride. Let's see if they can keep up this momentum as it's building further and further. Boxing up from center stage, I feel, is super important for both of these characters because they can play at the ledge really well. But there's not a lot of space to really finagle yourself across the ledge, so these offstage bouts are going to get very hectic very quickly.
So it's basically like, okay, your strongest options maybe aren't going to be your strongest option, especially against these characters. So it really comes down to how well you can play the game otherwise. I do kind of feel like this might give an advantage to Palutena just in general because you can catch in midair so well with just your nair. You're not nerfing that thing to the point of ineffectiveness unless you do some absolute hack work to the frame data. But I don't know. I feel like you just I feel like you can utilize that just a little bit more as White Nova is doing right here and drags down off of the ledge, not taking advantage just yet. Bonkai is going to exert their stage control and in the advantage state. However, yeah, This is White Nova still hanging in there, and no one's out of it yet, but maybe Bonkai getting the download just a little bit. Ooh, yeah.
Having a really good sense of where White Nova wants to place himself for spacing's purposes. The side B really did a good job there for Bonkai, but let's see if he can maintain here while he has the stock lead. As you mentioned, neutral air from Palutena is going to be a key component of how White Nova controls this stage, although it wouldn't be for the reasons you would typically expect. While indeed a strong combo tool for Palutena, its value for extending edge guards and racking up the damage is much more important here, because it's going to be able to take advantage of the fact that Zero Suit doesn't really have that many strong landing options here.
Yeah, and that was kind of the thing that we saw earlier on, was we saw White Nova going off of the ledge and catching ZSS mid-recovery. You know, as long as you're there to eat up a jump, you know, where they have to rely on something like, you know, like flip kick or the boost kick, as long as you're there able to do it and maybe catch Bonkai lacking, that could be all it takes to steal a stock and maybe get yourself to a Game 3 scenario so you can get out of the octagon and get out of these close quarters where Bonkai is kind of thriving right now, though they are down numerically. White Nova now looking for the kill was Bonkai, but not going to find it. White Nova needs something here. What are you looking for?
See if he can get himself safe landings. That's all he really needs, especially considering how heavy this damage is. Back air is threatening really heavily at this point. Kind of a screwy recovery, but it worked out really well. And here at the ledge, down smash isn't catching, but the side B is just like that. Bonkai 2-0ing White Nova, moving along in the loser's bracket, determined to stay in the runnings for tonight.
No, Bonkai has never been an easy out for any of these tournaments, and there is a meme in the tri-state area, the Bonkai bracket, where you have it so easy and you just go on a run, and I believe it actually originated from your neck of the woods. But yeah, that thing, you got to show yourself, you got to show some cojones when you come out to these brackets, and certainly going for that down air and connecting, that's how you do it, and certainly that gut up. You catch yourself jumping up. You'd never want a neutral get up in front of ZSS. That just seems to be the thing that you want to go in against. People have been punished by that just too many times. We've seen people cost themselves tournaments with that lapse in judgment. So realizing, okay, maybe the jump is the play, but Bonkai reading that, spacing themselves out, and perfectly executing with the Plasma Whip on the ledge.
Yeah, that was amazing control of the character. And I know Zero Suit is one of those characters, the reason so many people falter on playing her or deride her as not being so strong is just because so many options are there for you, so many good options, but not knowing when to use them or mistiming them can be disastrous for the character. Her disadvantage state outside of, using flip kick for escapes is pretty rough, considering how linear her recovery is if that flip kick gets taken away. So, considering really good, decision-making skills in that set really goes to show the strengths of the character and especially the pilot behind them. Because Zero Suit's good, but you have to be good, not just with a character, but with a good sense of the game in order to really make her shine. And I think that set was a great indication of Bonkai's skill as a player.
Yeah, so White Nova, they did quite well just 2 days ago at Smash Hit Xanadu Online, finishing in 4th place out of a plethora of entrants there. They will not replicate that success here at DNA, bowing out, and Bonkai moving on and showing just how tough they can be. They will go on to face off against J-Ray in the next round. And I guess another update on the bracket, Luminous, who we saw very impressive with their Pit and Dark Pit play in recent weeks, has gone out to Alan Dis, a Snake player who's been showing out in losers bracket and has been on quite a run. We've had these over the past couple of weeks, Hangman. That one individual who decides to just tear things up in losers bracket, and they've come from all over. We've seen all types, and this time the perpetrator is a Snake from I believe Texas.
Oh, okay. Now you see, whenever I follow any of the local brackets for us here in Tri-State, it's not the winner's bracket that interests me. Winner's bracket, we tend to see the typical affair of solid players, be they, local or, in DNA's case, on a more open end. It's the loser's bracket that I always find the most fascinating, because it's where you have a wide array of character specialists that just throw themselves at each other, and you really can't say with good certainty who's going to come out on top, whether who's making the top 8 at all, and who's surviving within that top 8. Now, Snake is, not uncommon to the Tri-State area, especially the realms of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. But still, it's been quite a while since we've seen a Snake proactively take top 8 within DNA. So let's see how well Alan Dis does. It looks like their next match is going to be up against Null, who I believe was the Min who was on stream a couple matches ago. And that's another character who we don't often see. Again, just off the sheer amount of characters that we see that have decent representation in our area and abroad, like, it's always a toss-up. It's always interesting to see.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Because, we last saw, I believe it was a Snake Ditto that you were quite interested in seeing, just because there are so many different ways to play Snake, especially online. Obviously, the utilization of those boxing options when Snake has their feet firmly planted on the ground, or more specifically, one of them planted on the ground. One of them is very much in the air. But then you have, obviously, the C4 play, the grenades, how they control the neutral, and then it just becomes a dogfight between the two. You kind of get a mix of all types of play, and really just what makes Smash Ultimate such an interesting game, at least in the cerebral sense. But I believe it was Sensei, and I can't think of who else it was. It might have been someone from out of region, and the name just isn't coming to me. Forgive me for that. But what I can say for sure is that when you see Snakes in Wi-Fi, it's always going to be interesting one way or another. It'll be interesting to see what someone like Alan Dis can bring to the table, and certainly whoever comes through losers bracket in general, how they challenge and such, because you never want to see a Snake in your way, especially on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, the character can certainly be a challenge, given as you brought up, the different styles the character can be played, and then in general, just the more well-known options that you have to watch out for, be they the fact that Grenade can interrupt anything fairly easily, C4 can be incredibly dangerous, both as a measure of controlling space, as well as denying space in the air for landings. Up tilt's, of course, infamous at this point for its ability to kill, its reliability for Snake mains, its danger as an anti-air tool, so on and so forth. Although I feel like the level of knowledge needed for characters at this point is getting to a position where, like, as a player, if you have intentions of playing Ultimate competitively, you need to have at least cursory knowledge of every character that's in this game. Looking at a tier list really doesn't give you a good measure of, like, who to watch out for, who to study anymore. Especially if you were to just take this top 8 alone as a microcosm of, like, what Ultimate brings us now. Just look at Winners Finals. Waiting for us in Winners Finals is going to be Beast representing Pokemon Trainer, of course, very popular character across all levels of skill. And then Meat Brawler, a character who everyone either tends to forget is in the game or outright doesn't like, just off of the basis of them being one of the Mii characters. But for those who are more well in tune with what the character's capable of and the character's abilities, you end up seeing a character that is remarkably strong, especially considering what Ultimate values as far as a character's movement options, their ability to control space, how effectively they can kill, what sets up those kills, etc. And I don't expect a lot of people to be well studied on Mii Brawler or even another character that's, sitting and waiting to be seen later on in stream, Kirby, represented by Zheja. This is another character very much often slept on, and with good reason, because the character isn't seen too often in a competitive level of play. But for people who know what the character is capable of, you take very few opportunities to make massive comebacks in damage, stage control, or kill potential. But again, it's a character that you're not going to often see, so why would you know that very specific matchup? We're getting to the point, I feel, with Ultimate, and especially because of the prevalence of Wi-Fi play where everyone is capable of playing at any time, where you no longer can sit comfy knowing 20 to 30 characters and the interchanging matchups of those. We have a game that has like close to north of 80 characters now. And we're getting it to a point where you need to know what each one's looking for, what each one wants to do. It's scary, Stu.
No, it's a massive game, and there's so much knowledge that goes into it. But also within that, just forget about optimal play styles or whatever, because it's a good friend of ours from just a little further up north says if you're doing the optimal thing all the time, you will lose every time, especially at the top level, because it's one of those deals where the top players will know what you're looking to do. They will know the roadmap, they'll know the chains, and that's why you don't do that. So you got to think outside the box. You got to get a little creative. And sometimes you got to take yourself a little trip to Flavor Town, which is exactly where we're going to start off. And that is exactly what we're going to call Small Battlefield, because I don't want to be proven wrong in that respect.
Well, let's see how it peels out. We have Beast and Waidu starting things off. And as far as matchups that reward creativity is concerned, I feel like both of these characters do an amazing job at that. Beast, of course, known for, limiting him, not really limiting himself, but focusing a lot more on the strengths of Charizard and showing what he can do with the character. Amazing aerial control is going to net him first blood in this set. And of course, Waidu, who we were earlier singing the praises of for this character. Not only does he have amazing control of Brawler, but he's also quite creative in how he's able to use Brawler's skills. So let's see if he can take things back on Beast, as he's doing a great job of racking up the damage from just sharking out these terrible landings. And it's going to be the Onslaught that manages to clean up that stock.
Yeah, and this is an impressive showing, an impressive little comeback here from okay, we'll just acquiesce and say Waidu for now, but it's, yeah, you can definitely get caught on the land as the Beast going to be using that big frame of Charizards to make sure that they're going to have a hell of a time doing it, but Flare Blitz, one of those options that is just easier said to be avoided than actually done, and certainly Beast taking advantage of that, taking bad things down to their last stock. I didn't even finish my sentence before I went back to bad things, but you know what? That's just how it's going to be, I think.
Of course, such is the nature of fast-paced Smash.
Oof.
Yeah, Flashing Mach Punch doing a really good job for covering up these wayward air dodges that Beast is presenting. And we're already seeing both combatants on last stock. Stu, I've got a feeling that we're going to be looking at a fast-paced set overall between the two of these players. They're both aggressive, their characters lend well to aggressive play, and they both really know their characters well. So if they see the opportunity to cook, it's cooking time.
Oh my gosh, and that is why you have Zard out, because they are willing to turn up the heat, trying to exert that stage control. However, Bad Things' movement in the air pretty darn decent. It's going to be landing. That's going to be the problem. Almost banking on Beast committing to an option at some point, pressing a button perhaps before it's a bit too early, getting a little too antsy for the kill. But yeah, you find yourself in an option as well, and that is when Beast uncorks the up smash and takes himself up to a 1-0 lead. Best of 5 territory, so you definitely have some room for error, but man, Zard just has such a way of making that room whittle away slowly but surely.
And given the nature, this type of set, Beast is not the kind of player who you want to give a little bit of wiggle room to. You make him feel comfortable, he feels like he has already won the set. He knows that he's able to do it, so you have to keep the pressure on him. You have to make him squirm. And I feel like Waidu is capable of that, but Waidu needs to be able to confirm these kills a bit more assuredly if he's going to find himself in that position. Game 2 is bringing us right on back to Small Battlefield, and I think the plat layout asserts really well for Me Brawler, the ability to anti-air, but controlling that base plat is also going to be super important for getting a lot of those more guaranteed combos, but hey, a little bit of cheese goes a whole long way right there. Falling on down with Soaring Axe Kick, first stock gets dropped away from Beast.
Cheese spoils even quicker with heat. You know that, right? That's just not good form there. And Guy Fieri should know that. But nevertheless, that is going to be a quick stock number 1 for Bad Things, as they're going to try to exert the pressure on Ivysaur, trying to get off the stage, but you're just giving yourself a bigger frame at this point. And even quicker than that, Bad Things happening to Beast on Small Battlefield, looking for the run back, and thus far, seems to have sound judgment here. And is this going to be a game?
Oh, he wanted it. He wanted it so bad. But I do like that Waidu didn't fully commit to it. He's just building up amazing damage right now. Flip kicks his way. Safety. Unfortunately, it's right into the open wings of Charizard. He's doing really well to cover that ledge. Let's see if he can make back this pretty heavy deficit.
Man's just suplexed a Charizard, and going on even further, these aerials coming out so quick, finishing it off with that quick little nair that comes out, and the flashing Mach Punch to finish it off. And that game 2 took less than 80 seconds to finish up. That is how you take it back to Flavortown.
Very well put.
Hey,
I
hey,
wonder if Waidu ever gets tired of the Food Network and gastronomy puns. You think he's ever had his fill? I think he's stuffed.
I mean, I think he's given us an absolute smorgasbord of content right now. And keep in mind, take a look at the timer. This is stock number 2, and that took what? 40 seconds? Maybe? What else is there to say to that? I mean, you're sitting in stunned silence. I'm not sure what else to say myself.
Hey, listen, it's a feast for the eyes, man. I've especially been taking a liking to Waidu's Brawler as I've been studying the character a bit more lately, and there aren't quite many brawlers who are so dedicated to the character and able to explain them as fluently as Waidu does. So I've become very familiar with his tips and tricks, and to see them put to action this deep in a bracket is honestly delicious.
Oh, absolutely. A feast for the eyes, if nothing else. But yeah, there's going to be no switch. Beast sticking to their guns and going to try to pick up the scraps and maybe see what they can build themselves there. Probably a different choice of stage. Definitely appreciate Bad Things going right back to small battlefield, feeling like maybe there was a room for opportunity. But now we're going to expand the stage just a little bit, going to Pokemon Stadium for game number 3, and I'm liking the idea. Maybe you have a little bit of space with which to work on flat ground and open up an area of opportunity for yourself, and that seems to be paying dividends for Beast thus far. But if you have an expanded field, I feel like you have a chance to maybe run at Zard just a little bit more, right?
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of opportunity here to just give yourself the space to be able to do a lot to Pokemon Trainer, especially Charizard. But I do like the stage pick from Beast because it gives him a lot of opportunity to swing heavy, just like that. Seeing Flare Blitz pay off excellently for Beast, and he hasn't really taken that much damage, relatively speaking. Almost doing more to himself.
That's one of those things, isn't it, where you're talking about closing speed. Well, yeah, Flare Blitz gives you that, and if you want to try to go all the way around Zard, that's fine. They can always pick you up with that Flare Blitz. However, that seems to be what Bad Things, all in all, has gotten so much mileage out of, is just calling out exactly where Beast is going to be upon an error with that standing Mach Punch. Wow, Bad Things really went for it all, but it's going to be punished, picked up, and then eventually tossed out with the bear.
Yeah, no, that went horribly for Waidu. Beast having excellent timing on his fly, managed to break through the soaring axe kick, and even took full advantage of the situation to get himself a bear. Overall, very well played from Beast. Plenty of opportunity here for him to just completely take Game 3 into his clutches. But Waidu's going to have to make a bit more, less rash decisions, I believe. Not just smarter, but just less rash.
I mean, this is their first, just recently returning, the tournament play, playing last night's, the Juice Box 18. Finishing in 65th there, taking out some pretty decent competition, but losing to some familiar names, including Mouse Rat in winner's quarterfinal. Taking a game off of him, though. And apparently went Ness in that set, weirdly enough. But that's he's going to get Flare Blitz right in the face and already down to their last stock. However, on the comeback trail, this is doable.
Oh, certainly. We've seen Waidu's ability to take stocks at very early percentages, due in part to soaring axe kick, but with not landing on shield, that's just not a good option. You can't be doing that against Charizard, especially Beast's Charizard. This is once again we see the up smash out of shield, clutching out not just the stock, but a whole game for Beast. It's going up the 2-1 count right now, and again, like Stu said, this is the best of 5 territory, so there's still a little bit of gas in the tank for Waidu if he wants to try and take things here on the winner's side of bracket tonight, but he needs to make better decisions when it comes to these like all or nothing plays. Especially because Beast is the type of player to recognize when players want to do that, recognizing the high percentage, the lack of stage control, Charizard's big body. Like, Beast isn't a fool. He knows Charizard doesn't have that great of a disadvantage state, given everything I just listed. But he waits for smart players to look for those opportunities and throws complete reversals on them. Time and time again, we've seen that just in this set alone.
Yeah, it's funny because we tend to think about Beast as being this sort of hyper-aggressive player that has a very attitudinal playstyle where they always want to take it to their opposition, and if that means overextending sometimes, then so be it. That's just how it's going to be. But yeah, Beast, honestly, we've seen a little bit more of a maturity to their game over the past couple of months, how they've adjusted, and certainly playing with a little bit more intent, playing and seeing that aggression still, but it has more of a purpose now. We see that it's not just, I'm going to come at you with the head-ass play for the sake of throwing out the head-ass play. No, this might be conditioning you into maybe luring yourself in so that I can confirm into something off of Ivy, or certainly catch a jump with that Charizard up smash, which they have done every so often. As we go back to small battlefield for game number 4, I can only imagine that they're going to play even more fearlessly now, as showing indeed that back throw into Bear is certainly still in play.
Oh, there's plenty of options yet that Beast has not revealed as far as his ability to build up massive damage and potentially take early stocks. But Waidu is well aware of the situation at this point and is willing to swing where he needs to. Really good call with the down air over there, managing to land the sour hit and get himself a kill. And I feel like the willingness of Waidu to just start swinging raw on Beast is both what he needs to do, but also what he needs to watch out for right there. That recklessness of managing to get him forward smashed.
Might be looking for one of those dares to confirm yet again, but Beast making it just a little harder. Sorry?
It's just Nair and soaring axe kick, but catching the lock and a forward smash, managing not to kill, but build up decent damage.
Yeah, and maybe mistiming the offensive measure to counteract the fly, but, reading the roll and spacing that out. I mean, there's no real spacing out Flare Blitz. It feels weird to say that, but either way, giving yourself just enough room and maybe lulling bad things into a false sense of security there. And it's going to be that option again, sending Beast flying, but you're sitting pretty right now, I feel like, if you're Beast. The question is, how do you confirm this next stock without getting yourself into a world of trouble? Like, you can recover from this disadvantage.
I mean, the way that these two gentlemen have been taking stocks from each other, I almost feel like the fact that they're sitting on these high percentages is negligible, because they build them up so quickly and confirm their kills, typically speaking, like with little effort. But here, these men are staying alive.
I feel like Bad Things is going to get caught jumping at one of these points, because they're getting hit on the ground a lot and eventually get scooped up and hit out. This is last stock territory for Bad Things, and this is one stock away for Beast into Grand Finals if they do. In fact, that is just unfortunate. The axe kick, that'll send you down into oblivion, and
he really does do it.
I'm not sure if that's the way that Beast wanted this stock to end, but the ends justify the means, I suppose. They find themselves in Grand Finals.
I mean, there's a reason they call it all or nothing play. Like, there is the nothing aspect of it.
The latter is certainly a possibility, isn't it?
Yeah, he really wanted to do it to him, but it just wasn't in the cards, not in this part of the bracket. And I feel like Waidu didn't intend for it to be a suicide play. Like, if you saw how he was drifting ever so slightly to that ledge, like, there was certainly intent to not make that play the way it was, especially considering how well he was being able to put himself along the stage throughout the set as a whole when we were on small battlefield. Either way, though, I feel like where both players just tried to play the game their way, Beast was unshakable. He knew how he wanted to play. He didn't let Waidu tell him no. So it's going to be Beast who's sitting in Winterside Grand Finals tonight. We'll have to see who his combatant is later on. Of course, I would like to see the run back, as this is a very entertaining set, but remains to be seen. We have to see who Beast is going to be duking out with for that pleasure of fighting Waidu once again.
Yeah, and that's the thing, especially in these brackets, the brackets that we've seen in the Tri-State Weeklies, no matter what it is, whether it's Xeno or Fusion or Breakpoint, or it certainly right here at DNA, there are always killers roaming in the ocean that is loser's side of these things, and just swimming with sharks. You just never know who's going to bare their teeth at some of the unfortunate souls that wind up in their depths. But that concludes winners bracket. Beast punching their ticket into grands on winner's side. They'll have to wait to see who emerges from the depths. We'll be waiting for loser's semifinal. I believe it's Null who's sitting there right now. So that Min successful in taking out Alan Dis. We'll be seeing J-Ja versus J-Ray. I do believe we have time for at least one ad. So Crystallodian in production, go ahead, hit him with the ad slides. Certainly like to thank UEF for providing a little bit of an infrastructure for the Tri-State Smash community. UEF.gg, that's where you can check out to register, play games, and earn credits. Providing earning opportunities for players, commentators, organizers, live producers, and so much more. You want to know more? Hit up the discord.link/UEF. Master Hand Gaming is a proud founding partner of Master Hand Gaming. And hey, Hangman, you got yourself a Facebook buddy? Because we are going to Facebook tomorrow for Champions for Charity. It's powered by Facebook Gaming. It's to benefit Games for Love, and it's run by our good friends over at Hit Point. I'm going to be on commentary, and certainly Chris running production for that whole thing. It's a $1,000 prize pool. Yes, you read that correctly, 1K. You want to get yourself a G, maybe enter that tournament, win, see what happens. It's free entry as well. So definitely shout outs to Facebook Gaming and Games for Love. Great charity. You're going to want to check that out. And, I mean, with a face like that, with a face like Ganondorf's, how can you possibly say no? Don't answer. So we're going to wait on losers quarters, I believe is what we're going to J-Ja has been so impressive this entire night, but going up against a character that you might be familiar with being from the New York area, Wii Fit Trainer.
Yes, Wii Fit versus Kirby, actually an almost infamous matchup in the deep lore of New York. Of course, in your reference to New York, none other Wii Fit than John Numbers. As I recall, John despises this matchup. He hated it in Smash 4, he hates it in Ultimate, and with good reason when you try to pick it apart for its pieces. Kirby's small. Kirby ducks even smaller. Kirby loves to pick off characters that leave little openings. So all of a sudden, you take Wii Fit Trainer, a character who has relatively solid zoning options for a mid-level or higher character, and then you take a character who has a bountiful boon of options if you're able to put yourself in a safe space for an extended period of time. Now all of a sudden you have a character that's just pure combo food who's going to have hell at the ledge where it's supposed to be their safe space, and their recovery offers them no safety whatsoever.
Yeah, it's such a weird proposition for Wii Fit, isn't it? Because you're talking about where you control so much with the soccer ball, with the sun salutation, all of which can be countered by pressing down on the control stick. So it's going to be a weird ask for J-Ray. But if they play with a little bit of aggression, and we have seen Wii Fit succeed in these brackets in the past, certainly online, in fact, winning one of the regions of a Nintendo tournament. So something to be said about that. J-Ray going to try to control the space yet again, but J-Ja proving to be just too elusive a target right now as J-Ray finds himself at 97%, only now tagging on for damage. And yeah, this is J-Ja right now looking dominant in the early proceedings.
Yeah, the onus is going to be on J-Ray to try and figure out what to do against this character, because a lot of the typical burst options that we see from Wii Fit are just not going to cut it. I know deep breathing powered back air, a typical powerhouse option for Kirby, I don't think actually manages to hit Kirby. So if J-Ja is smart about how to strike on shield, there's really nothing he has to worry about.
No amount of yoga saves you from this. I mean, you can have the most limber body in the world, but nothing is going to keep you safe from that pink marshmallow of fury known as Kirby. And with only 20 percentage points on the board, you're going to get drilled straight into head. Oh my gosh,
he
that
ate
is
the
the
heather ball.
easiest soccer ball I've ever seen in my life.
That's just disrespectful, man.
That is
Okay,
not a
he's
sentence I
gone.
thought I would say today. Oh, just
Oof.
drill him. Just drill him. Bring it. Drag him to hell, J-Jaw. Oh my gosh.
You ever think about how, like, any yoga instructor would just straight up lose their job to Kirby? Have you ever looked at up tilt? The flexibility on this lad.
I would love to hear Kirby reading affirmations while we're in downward dog. That would be amazing. Are you kidding me? But that is
30-minute intensive workout with Kirby. Your body will be feeling brand new at the end of this tape.
I would love to see Kirby just try to stretch their neck, and it's literally just their upper body, it's their entire body like moving. I'm not sure how that works.
Stretch those pollos.
Oh, talking about stretching, my goodness, the disjoint that actor provides you, so good. And yeah, the feet, you throw them out there, yeet the feet, and you don't really stand a chance because you've already had a hell of a time trying to figure out how to hit this thing to begin with. But then they try to bring the fight to you. You're not really standing much of a chance there, Hangman.
Yeah, no, there are very few matchups in Ultimate where you look at them and on paper matches how it pans out, where it's just decisive. And I say that with confidence because I feel like when someone looks at a matchup in Ultimate and they say, oh, it's unwinnable, they're thinking about too many things all at once. But when you really pick apart like Kirby versus Wii Fit for what could go wrong in this situation, what could go wrong in that situation, who takes the lead here, there, so on and so forth, it all comes up Kirby. Like, this is a matchup that's just undeniably difficult for J-Ray to surmount with Wii Fit Trainer. And I really don't know what to tell you as far as like what they can do to stop J-Ja at this rate. Like, they have to be extremely selective about when they press their buttons and just run. They have to play incredibly passively. The option to run the clock is there, and it might be the only viable option. We'll see what happens as Game 2 brings us to Smashville, which introduces even more opportunity for J-Ja to net early kills because of how quick we go to the ledge with each interaction.
Yeah, and J-Ja just gets to press buttons on you without a whole lot of fear of consequence, eventually getting tagged there. But what do you have to do? Just hope that they miss on a button, maybe rely on grabs? Because I feel like if you're J-Ja at that point, you get to mash spot dodge to very little consequence to yourself. I don't know, man.
Like, dash attack and down tilt are going to be super important for J-Ja to just pick, for J-Ray rather, to pick J-Ja off the stage. And even swinging recklessly is going to be very dangerous for J-Ray. In theory, he could put down the header ball and then try to extend one of his smash attacks off of it, just for a little bit of opportunity to catch J-Ja as he lands with an aerial. But even then, there's a whole lot of risk that's going into that option. And J-Ray needs to figure out his options fast, because he's already sitting at 89 on his second stock, and J-Ja is on the hunt.
Yeah, and I just kind of feel like if you're J-Ray, I'm sorry, I'm calling out borderline bracket negligence if you don't have anything to back up your Wii Fit Trainer. I get that you are a decent player, but at the same time, these matchups are going to come up, especially on Wi-Fi, and if you don't have anything ready for a Kirby, like, you know that you are going to get counterpicked at some point, eventually getting the kill on the Kirby via back air. But yeah, that's just going to be trouble too many times to count, and certainly you're on your last stock already. If you wind up in one of these matchups that are just going to be bad for Wii Fit, you're going to run into those. I just feel like you have to have a pocket ready for something like this.
It's either like extend your pool as a player dedicated to fighting against wayward matchups like these, or like study intensively to be able to be prepared for them. Where if your character's failings are just that blatant, just being able to play incredibly smart gives you opportunity to surmount them, but it doesn't make it any easier. it just gives you a checklist of things to like really be prepared for as you move forward. And there Shay Shot goes.
That was the only way it could have ended, isn't it?
Of course. It's the only way it could go. But there we see Jeja taking a very decisive 2-0 over J-Ray. Kudos to J-Ray for making it this far into bracket, but what a way to go out.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, is when you're talking about something like, you're going to run into a random Kirby at some point, whether it's through winner's side or God help you if it's losers. If you know that it's going to be a bad matchup and you just kind of accept your fate, that's fine if your goal is not to win tournaments. But J-Ray has finished pretty high in a lot of recent tournaments, and really most recently, just a week or so ago, was in a tournament, Why Fight Ultimate, and did quite well for themselves, but eventually losing in the grand finals to a very good Bayonetta, to be fair, by the name of Blabia, excuse me. But it's one of those deals where if you're not prepared to deal with a matchup that isn't going to favor you, especially if your main is Wii Fit, I don't know. I just feel like you have to come up with something for that.
It's sort of this weird blurred line for Smash in particular, because it is very unique outside of other fighting games, or even competitive games in general, where there are people who are dead set on accomplishing their goals with one character, or like one group of characters. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, there is a clear distinction between like what can be accomplished with that character. And I feel like because of the general balancing of Ultimate, that line in itself is further blurred, because we can see people accomplish great things with characters that aren't regarded as traditionally strong. But there just comes a time where you have to accept the fact that there are limits to what a character can accomplish. And I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying you should completely fold. It's just that when those situations present themselves, you have to be prepared. The onus is on you as a competitor, where if you're making the decision to purposely play with one character and one style, you need to be prepared for every possible situation. And kind of like what we were talking about earlier, Stu, there's a lot of those situations in Ultimate. A lot of them. So you got a lot of homework on your plate, especially if you're dedicating yourself to a character who admittedly has very bright strengths, has a lot of capabilities in Ultimate.
There's at least 80 of those situations. So yeah, that is a lot in and of itself. But that's kind of the thing when you're talking about video games, especially like fighting games in general. Yeah, you can get around bad matchups or whatever. I mean, just look at what Rangchu did in Tekken. Well, this isn't Tekken, and you're not Rangchu. That's kind of the deal. Maybe Wii Fit does play to your strengths as a character. Maybe you do take advantage of the weird hitboxes that it provides, and maybe the sort of zoner-esque play that you get to utilize. Well, there are characters that can do that and hit Kirby, so that you don't just have to chalk this up as an automatic L every time you run into this little pink, whatever you want to call it, that just decides to ruin your day. I just feel like that's one of those things that, I don't know, develop a pocket or figure out another character that might work that you can sort of either pocket or just co-main even. I'm not sure. It's one of those things, and it's a shame because you could tell that they were a very skillful player, and some of the stocks that they took were very good. I just feel like that's something you maybe got caught lacking on. You didn't need to.
It simply is how it is. In the realm of Smash, it's either you dedicate yourself to being the best, or you dedicate yourself to being the best, insert whatever X is. And when you do that, you eventually pigeonhole yourself to the faults of that. In this situation, Jay reaching the admittedly very rare situation of Kirby in bracket, but nonetheless, let's see how Null is able to handle such a unique situation as we move on to losers semifinals, and we see Kirby back at it with against Min Min. This is a matchup I can't say I've seen yet, Stu, so if you have anything to point out, please take the lead.
You think I have something to point out as opposed to you. What I will say is that J-Ja looking pretty strong, carrying Min Min across the stage. And, well, I'm not saying that Min Min doesn't want to box. I'm just going to say that they want to box at a distance, as their name would suggest. But that's something that I feel like J-Jaw could take advantage of, especially in the air. This character, Min, I don't see them doing all that well against Kirby if they're able to close down space.
Yeah, and I think right there what you said is the key factor of this matchup, if Kirby can close in on the space. Because you see right there, easy pick with the down air, J-Jaw taking first blood. But closing in on that space on Min is, I feel, fairly difficult, especially in conjunction with Dragon Head and Electro Ball right there, closing out a very early stock. Where otherwise we've seen J-Jaw surviving pretty long.
Yeah. Sliding across the stage. Again, you got to control that negative space however you can. Definitely see that being utilized more and more as the game goes on. Perhaps catching J-Jaw into jumping, and it kind of makes you wondering how much conditioning. You're going to have to rely on conditioning here if you want to hit such a small target, no matter how big no matter how big that electro ball may be.
Yeah, I feel like the decision for when to press those buttons is going to be pivotal for Null, and how they manage to not just like take stocks from J-Jaw, but in general controlling space. Because just throwing one of your arms across stage is a pretty heavy commitment, where we see that J-Jaw can simply full hop over them and avoid their entire area of control.
Yeah. Gonna see that stone getting caught, and yeah, you kind of teed yourself up for that one, J-Jaw. No, gotta say, they're pretty precise with their hitbox placement. I'm impressed so far.
Yeah, given the fact that Min doesn't particularly swing quickly, and going off stage is curtains, as J-Jaw has now proven twice so far, like, you have to be able to be very meticulous with your control of space. Outside of traditional projectiles, this is a character that gives us a very traditional sense of zoning. These are very specific tools for controlling a very specific area of space. And with good decision-making and patience, characters able to really shine without really being in a sense of danger. Unfortunately, danger strikes when J-Jaw gets his little pink hands on his opponent. And that forward air might lead to curtains, as the middle down air from J-Jaw seals the deal, and 3 for 3 on the dare kills. J-Jaw's taking game 1.
Yeah, and talk about maximizing your grabs, getting every single ounce of value that you possibly can. And it's not like they weren't doing anything with that stock beforehand, but you're seeing this last stock. As soon as they got that grab, you're sending them off of the stage and eventually into the blast zone. Min is not a character that is going to do well in the skies. There's nothing that speaks to the character that speaks to thorough, sustainable success in terms of aerials, especially when you're talking about a character like Kirby, where they can just spin and a hitbox is deployed and you're getting hit. So it went from the center of the stage to the blast zone very, very quickly, and that's going to be the thing. If you are Null, you are married to the button of that Pokeball on Pokemon Stadium. I can really see no other path forward for them.
We'll have to see how things peel themselves off. It looks like Town and City is the setting for our second game. And in general, I think this is a really strong stage for Null, because they have a lot of opportunity for resetting their landings, trying to assert more control of the stage, and they also have a bit of room to run away from if necessary from J-Jaw. All of a sudden, J-Jaw's approaches are going to be a lot more linear because the platform provides a little bit of safety. However, that platform is not there forever. So I feel like Null needs to really take advantage before the stage transitions, because once it becomes a more colorful version of Final Destination, that's J-Jaw's cue to go in.
Yeah, and this is going to be all the more important for Null to keep J-Jaw in the air and find their marks. And doing a pretty decent job of it thus far. J-Jaw perhaps not able to pull the trigger quick enough, and now you got some platforms, but they're basically for non-interactivity, and that gives an advantage to Null as well.
Like, on the whole, I feel like this is a really smart stage pick, and we're seeing Null play it out fantastically. Boxing out from center stage is the name of the game for Min, because it's all of that space outwards that you can control so well without having to worry about getting checked by any of Kirby's aerials, because, again, Dare is the death knell for Min.
Yeah, no, there's nothing that you're doing about that. I'm sorry, Null. And this is going to be 2 stocks apiece, and J-Jaw very quickly taking advantage. They have no platforms to help them right now, does Null. And J-Jaw is going to take full advantage, looking for that there to finish it off. Maybe just a little too antsy on that one, and Null is going to make it back to the stage as a result of just a misplaced hitbox.
Yeah, patience on pulling the trigger on the up B is super important for Mimmin, and I feel like Null has very clear recognition of that danger, where if he tries to tether to stage too early, he's just eating there. It's just the reality of the situation. That's what Jeja is going to look for. Although, Jeja does have other options once we go off stage. Back air batting out Min to force them further off, potentially out of the range to tether back, and Nair as a whole can blast off Min to ungodly angles. Like, once those go off stage, it really could just be curtains for Null. But they're doing a fine job while they have ground beneath them. Those two.
It makes, yeah, that's a big if, especially when it comes to J-Jaw. I mean, just because you have a lot of ground to cover when it comes to where you're going from the center of the stage to that blast zone, you know that J-Jaw is going to be looking to replicate that as they're just connecting with these consecutive forward airs, and those multiple hitboxes are going to be the bane of Null's existence and could very well be the death of them in this loser semifinal round. But they're going to keep their feet on the ground for now, or at least as much as J-Jaw will allow them to.
Like, Null doing what they can in order to burst out from center stage. I really like the use of the grounded up B to further position them to try and cover these high recoveries from Jeja.
Ooh, I like it. And yeah, reading J-Jaw's aerial movement pretty well. And that's the thing. This is a well-practiced Min, a very well-educated one. And yeah, the Fury of the Dragon is going to continue on and certainly going to try to take a bite out of J-Jaw's tournament life here, as all of a sudden victory is very, very plausible.
You know, Stu, one of the things I was curious about as we've watched the past couple of games has been Null's reliance on like using the combination of the Dragon Head and Electro Ball. We really haven't seen the other two arms come into play, and I was concerned for a little bit the fact that Null like really didn't have that type of creativity behind them, or just the variety of options. But it seems like having Electro Ball on deck really coming in clutch, especially in that last situation.
Yeah, I mean, it was well done overall, and that big old ball of electricity, just you get that in your face, and it is going to cause a world of hurt, no matter what the situation, whether you're on the ground or in the sky. So that's J-Jaw just getting caught, and you can't be banking on that small little body of Kirby's to get you out of a situation anymore. Null, as you mentioned, putting in quite a bit of work on this character, and seems to have gotten a hold on what J-Jaw is trying to do in terms of defensive movement rather quickly, all things considered.
Yeah, swift adaptation is pivotal to fighting any type of character that relies on close quarters combat, because it gives you an idea of how willing they are to control space and, you know, what they do once they are in that space. So if Null is able to continue adapting on the fly, keep Jeja out of their space, and more effectively swing where Jeja is trying to be patient, this match can very well fall in favor of Null. But Game 3 taking us to Stadium, and a ridiculous start for Jeja, as very poor placement from Null ends in disaster before we even hit the 10-second mark of this match.
J-Jaw, my man, you're going to have to calm down just a little bit, bro.
No, man's just hungry, Stu. Mance wants it. He needs it. And he's one game away from seeing losers finals. He is not going to let Null take that away.
The man actually just said, you know what? I feel like ramen for dinner, and just straight ate that first stock up. I'm loving it from J-Jaw, and certainly has a date with why do bad things happen to good people. A dinner date, perhaps, in losers final in their sight. And now they're just 2 stocks away. However, no, we've seen the comeback potential. I gotta say, though, a lot of that success in game number 2, Hangman, seemed to be predicated on keeping a slim but consistent lead, and you do not have that right now. J-Jaw, 1 stock away here at Pokemon Stadium.
Null doing what they can, laying out that stock with a solid forward smash now deep, but they're going to have to do it all over again without taking a lot of damage here, and I don't know if Jeja is going to give them that opportunity. We're going to need like one or two extremely strong strings from Null to really bring this back to some sort of a salvageable position, because the combos are already coming out from Jeja.
I mean, this is nothing short of impressive, and now it's Null starting to calm things down just a little bit, but you're off stage. You better believe Jeja was looking for that, trying to
wild for that one.
really saying, I want my noodles to go right now. Can you box this up real fast? But that's going to be a service that Min Min cannot provide. You do not want to be below the stage. What in the world are you doing? You need to close this stock out now, and I get the feeling that that provides a little bit of an opportunity for Jeja as well, because you know that Null's going to be swinging for the fences.
It seems like Jeja is very committed to this idea of using Inhale to cap out this set, and I'm really wondering here, Stu, if that decision to end Flashy could be Jeja's demise, because we've seen a remarkable amount of damage, and the aerial up B managed to clean out this stock. And while 93% is nothing comfortable to be sitting at against the likes of Kirby, this is a far better situation we were looking at when Jeja had two stocks.
Oh, by a long shot. But now, no, I feel like you're trying to keep a lot of distance between yourself and Jeja. Maybe give yourself a little bit of room for those arms to hit their mark. Keep yourself out of harm's way. And while you're not in the lead by any stretch of the imagination, it's going to be the drill that does it. And Jeja catches themselves the noodles off of the ledge, and to Linguini, those legs are going to go. Just Min Min is laying in the blast zone. Nothing to be done about that. And this is how quickly it happened, Hangman. Just like that, 7 to 8 seconds in, that drill is the bane of people's existence right now.
Hey, listen, if you have a recovery that doesn't protect you from the top, you're always just going to be at the mercy of down air. That's just the reality of the situation. We've now seen 2 sets in a row here on stream where Jeja has been able to take complete advantage of a character's vulnerability from the top. However, moving on into our next set, we are returning to best of 5 territory for the night in losers finals, where why do bad things happen to good people is waiting for Jeja. And if Jeja isn't careful, trying to clutch out anything against the soaring axe kick could very well end in disaster with both players going down. So all of a sudden, that threat, that ever-present threat of down air, isn't so safe for Jeja.
Yeah, absolutely, because if you get called out, especially by bad things, that's going to be a world of trouble for you. And especially since you're such a light character, one of the lightest in the game, Brawler is exactly the kind of character that it not only thrives on maybe a lack of matchup knowledge, but I almost said Mac-up. Oh my gosh. You are not seeing Mac at any point during this night, but thrives on not just a lack of Mac-up. I really just said it again. Matchup knowledge. But you're thriving on not just that, but also the fact that you hit so heavy and can do so consistently that if your landings aren't on point, if you give bad things any sort of inkling of where you're going to land, and find yourself getting into a pattern, well, Bad Things has made the top 8 of PGR tournaments, offline PGR tournaments. They know this game inside and out, and they show it on a consistent basis. You're not going to be forgiven for such transgressions here.
One thing we have to look at when we look at the set ahead of us between Jeja and Wedu is the fact that Kirby and Brawler are fairly similar characters for what they want to look for. They're both very close quarters-oriented characters who rely on suffocating their opponents. They wait, they see the opportunity, whether it's a poor landing option, it's a whiffed move of some kind, and then they build up that damage. When you have two characters that share such similarities, seeing the balance bend back and forth between them could be very interesting, and I feel like this might either stay for one stage the entire time, or we're going to see different stages left and right. And the only reason I bring up stages specifically is because any given factor could just completely turn the tides heavily ahead of us here. Whether it's Zhejia's ability to constantly pick off Waidu, bring him to the ledge, and spell disaster for him, or if Waidu's going to find his openings on the ground and have a heavy percentage built on rapidly, and then just look for his kill. Any little factor can just go a long way here, so I'm very curious to see how this set pans out.
It's going to be interesting because you have the potential for some situation where Zheja works their way in and out and utilizes their clever aerial movement and certainly the utilization of those hitboxes to just snuff out whatever life Bad Things is bringing to this bracket with their Mii Brawler. Or, of course, you have those big hitboxes and calling out landings that Bad Things could always do. I mean, really just such a smart player in general. But we could see one person getting bodied like the word matchup apparently bodied me just now. So it's I really don't know which way to call this. I was wondering if you had some sort of inclination.
So as far as my predictions are concerned, moving forward with this set, I feel like I want to give it to Waidu, and the only reason why I'm leaning into Waidu, bias aside, is because when you look at what the character offers, tit for tat against Kirby, there's a lot more variety and recovery, so the specific positioning that Zheja had when punishing both Null and J-Ray is no longer there for him to heavily rely on for securing kills off of edge guards. Between flip kick, soaring axe kick, and pretty respectable aerial movement, Brawler has options for returning to the stage, where Minden and Wii Fit Trainer did not. Additionally, when you look at what Waidu is able to kill with Brawler, we have so many options, from the up B, be it the cheese or just being able to kill with it landing on stage, down smash hitting respectively low, down angled forward smash giving plenty of opportunity to pick off Kirby when Kirby's approaching or trying to swing with down tilt or dash attack even. Even the knock punch, the neutral B that we've seen several times come in clutch for Waidu, presents a very strong anti-air option for being able to catch out Kirby's pretty pitiful jump heights once he starts multi-jumping. There's just more opportunity, I feel, for Waidu to find kills specifically than there is for Zheja, where Zheja needs more setup or very specific spacing. Waidu is going to be rewarded for a character that has fluidity woven into their kit, a character that moves well, has pretty swift options, doesn't have as committal of buttons. Like, the amount of times we're going to see Waidu be able to strike on shield and get away with it are going to absolutely be a monolith compared to what Zheja is going to be able to get away with as far as buttons he can press without punishment. But that's just my predictions based off of what I know of each of the characters. If Zheja is going to be able to prove me wrong, he's going to do it right here and right now. We're going right into Game 1 for Why Do Bad Things Happen to Good People versus Zheja, starting things off on Pokemon Stadium 2.
Yeah, winner goes on, loser gets out, and as we're in top 3, this is best of 5 territory yet again. Zheja trying to start things off and does so very strongly, 55% as the opening gambit. That's never a bad thing, Hangman. And finally, it's going to be Bad Things getting on the board and a suplex right onto the neck, or really the lack thereof. And that's Zheja thus far looking strong, spacing themselves out wisely and sitting at the ledge. You're trying to play mind games with Why Do Bad Things Happen to Good People. I have seen more foolish endeavors, but not by a lot. And that is why. That is exactly why.
Hey, listen, you swim with the sharks, you always risk getting bit, and that's how it's going to happen. Both of these characters have a lot of opportunity to make any offstage play disastrous, and that's what Zheja is going to be looking for. Getting that footstool out of any opponent shaking out of inhale can be ruinous for Brawler, given how linear of a vertical recovery he has. And even that final cutter is like a worse off version of soaring X kick. So the opportunity is there for Zheja to make Waidu have egg on his face. Game 1 in comical fashion and very fast fashion, going to Zheja.
Oh man, that is yeah. That's more than just egg on the face. That is like the whole, like you
That's
got
the whole head.
Yeah, that's a whole hen. Are you kidding me? That's just diners, drive-ins, and despair for Bad Things in game number 1, and getting caught with the inhalation a little too often. And it's amazing that we saw it spaced out perfectly for Bad Things on the ledge there, but that only accounts for one stock. And yeah, taking advantage of the fact that maybe Mii Brawler doesn't have the best recovery on Earth, you definitely have options. But when you get stuff done like that, and especially the footstool at the very end, that's just insult to injury.
But, well, that's the thing. It's the inhale into the footstool. And we're going to be seeing another Mii come out. Mii Gunner, which I know is a very well-practiced Mii from YD. I know he played a lot of this character towards the beginning of Pandemic and played an awful lot of the character as the Pandemic continued, as Wi-Fi is an excellent stomping ground for the Mii Gunner. And we're already seeing down be revealed and neutral be revealed. The bomb offer a lot of ways to control platforms with little commitment, and the movement options that are available from the charge shot, as well as the reliability in killing, give plenty of opportunity for Waidu to take space away from Jeja, or at least make him regret poor movement commitments.
See, I'm honestly surprised that we are not seeing the return of Gun Fieri. This is a new character for me. So yeah, I guess I'm trying to come up with a pun for. You were talking about having the whole hen. Well, he listened. I'll say that.
This is going to be a funny one. As far as matchup-wise, there's just a lot of opportunity for Jeja to just eat damage that he shouldn't. And especially if Jeja is going to be jumping without being careful, full charge shot is able to rip asunder any character that thinks the airways are safe against Gunner, because there's tons of ways for this character to litter the skies.
Yeah, but this is beautiful spot dodge there, and really just Bad Things' game knowledge in general is going to come so much into play. Neat little combo there as they're going to run straight into the landmine. It's been the bane of Jeja's existence. Anytime that they've wanted to land or do anything in the air, they're eventually caught by that little blast. It's so subtle, but so effective, and right now, this is Jeja scratching their head and trying to figure out how they can solve this Mii Gunner.
And especially now that we have the up special revealed, there's a lot of ways for Waidu to get into a situation, get really wily at the ledge, and escape with an area worry. So I am not surprised in the slightest to see this particular loadout and the style of which he's playing this character. I think this Mii Gunner choice was excellent. However, catching a really bad landing, Jeja is going to be able to take that first stop off of Waidu. But Waidu kind of chilling here. And I especially feel like the more passive play is very smart from Waidu, given that he's just going to be able to slowly rack up that damage, make Jeja rethink a lot of his movement and landing options as a whole. And this is a type of matchup that can really burn away at a player's stamina pretty quickly. So I'm more curious now to see how Jeja holds up, win or lose, after this game too.
Trying to read a jump there, not finding the mark. Did find success with it, and that's stock number 1 when they used it upon approach. But now, this is Bad Things sitting on the stage, bad intentions in mind. However, Jeja just runs up and kicks him. Not something you see all that often, but yeah, you got yourself, you set yourself up for that one. Finger looking good, game number 2 for Bad Things, as they are going to go up and tie this thing up at 1.
I actually really like this pick. There's so many little things that make this just not just effective, but annoying too for Jeja. And I feel like the style of play that we've seen Jeja commit to in the past several sets and that first game, this is a style of play that's now just antithetical, because Waidu is able to just sort of sit pretty and just provide a ton of ways for Jeja to take lots of damage. And wherein we've seen Jeja find a lot of success from extremely explosive play, where stocks are lost regardless of how high or low that percentage is, and it's traded equally between his own losing stocks and his taking those stocks, we're flipping the script on this one completely. This candle burner of a character that Mii Gunner is, even if Kirby's able to break the zone, he's not going to be able to get a lot, because Waidu just has a lot of escape options. And he has pretty respectable burst options as far as damage is concerned too. Opening up game 3, already 28%. And counting, look at that.
So, okay, maybe you don't have the same sort of, maybe you don't have the same exact game plan, but you definitely have a little bit more better of a recovery now that you know what the up special is. And yeah, it's definitely going to take inhalation and all the other stuff that J-Jot was trying to do over the ledge a little bit further out of play. But at the same time, it's not like you can't catch these things. I feel like the placement of the drill is really going to be tested, especially in these last couple of games, however long this set may go. Jab lock into Smash. Good stuff there to try to even up the score on the board. However, it's bad things with stage control. Yet again, it's going to be a matter of controlling the airspace, and thus far, bad things not doing all that bad a job doing so. That's going to be a tilt taking stock number one.
And therein lies another factor of Gunner that I was just waiting for. We see the ability of this character to kill easily, which is going to help with surmounting those opportunities that J-Shot finds once we're off stage. Because yes, Gunner can actually do something with all of that damage that the character racks up over a slow period of time. Up smash catching at ridiculous angles, up tilt a very reliable kill option, almost like a worse off version of Snake's up tilt. Couple that in with down smash being incredibly quick and safe, down tilt itself being able to kill, and all of a sudden you have yourself a character who builds damage and kills in one of the more esoteric ways that we can see a character do so in Ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, it's, just about the same amount of startup, isn't it, that up tilt? Maybe just a little less powerful, but not by a lot, because you are getting popped with that gun. It's bound to be just a little bit powerful, but speaking of powerful, that up smash, you want to get caught jumping out against me Gunner, that is never a fun proposition.
Yeah, no, that attack will catch you from the front, from the top, from the back. Like, it's honestly criminal how effective that up smash is, but can't deny that this character needs it, because Gunner definitely has his faults of his own, which I'm eager to see if J-Jot is able to pick up on, because we've only really seen a couple of situations here and there where J-Jot is really able to make up this damage deficit, and outside of some wary off-stage play where J-Jot has been able to capitalize and get down there to kill, J-Jot has been sort of, been given the runaround here in this matchup.
And yeah, that thing picks up and takes out so quickly. I mean, that is just what else is there to say? That
It's
was
just not a fun time.
Yeah,
Unless your
but
name is Waidu, it's not a fun time.
You're talking about how effective this character is, and I'm guessing you're liking the character pick for certain. But what is it that makes me Gunner so effective? Because you were talking about Wii Fit not being a good selection because there are characters that can maybe zone you out and also hit Kirby. Well, me Gunner's been hitting Kirby quite a bit.
So I feel like the difference isn't just the fact that Kirby is good against zoners, it's more how the zoner controls that space. And in general, I feel like me Gunner does a very good job of controlling space that isn't like Devi to one style. Like, we're seeing the way that Waidu moves around the stage, we're seeing the way that Waidu is placing projectiles, and it's all low angled. Take note of how the bomb sits low, how that fire from the side B arcs downwards, how the charge shot itself sits very low. These are all ways. Oh, is he going to die for it, though? No, he's not. Excellent start from J-Shot.
Yeah.
Like, J-Shot needs to take advantage of these situations where he breaks the zone, gets him off stage, because if you've recognized, none of these projectiles actually cover from the top. There is no safety from above. Waidu is safe as long as he's able to move from high or laterally, which is why we see his up B always snake in a direction where he's moving in from the side. If it's from straight above, though, J-Shot completely takes control, and we start to see that style of play that brought him to Losers Finals to begin with.
J-Shot's going to be made to get creative with their recovery, as we saw just there, and certainly with their offensive measures as well. There was a point that was brought up to me in a conversation with Bonk, and is that Meta Knight is literally just Kirby without a mask. And you can tell because it really just takes one combo to all of a sudden get you into a killing position. Maybe the path with Kirby isn't quite as clear. But if you get grabbed, even if it is from center stage, it doesn't matter who you are, you might be in a world of trouble. Certainly me, Gunner, no exception to that very, very, I would say, consequential rule, as that recovery is not going to pay dividends for bad things that time, as they are taken down to their last stock of this game four. Excuse me.
Yeah, I feel like I've spent a lot of time talking up the positives of Meat Gunner, building him up as this insurmountable mobile fortress, but that is not to say that this character is phenomenal in any shape or form when it comes to what zoners have to offer. There is a lot of glaring faults with this character in that the movement options themselves are very committal, and they are very easy to respond to for really any style of character in this game, and now we're starting to see Jeja recognize those patterns and take advantage of them. Where that second stock that Waidu had faltered because he was forced to maneuver around Stone Kirby and where Jeja placed himself, and the fact that we've already seen Jeja go for his dare kill. Now sitting on last stock, and, rematch opportunity here for Waidu. I'm curious to see what happens, because Jeja's starting to catch on to this tricky character, and he's running out of tricks of his own.
I mean, the question is, if you're Jeja, you've been caught already just kind of hitting this thing's shield, but it's going to be the Nair that gives them the stage control. How they finish this up, they were looking for the drill to try to finish it off, and again, that placement was always going to be tested. Got a big beam waiting in the future. If Jeja is not careful, going to have to see it looms large, as Bad Things will be looking for a spot in Grand Finals if they can take it here, despite the efforts of Jeja to bring this back, and admirably so, in this game number 4. Looking for a spot in Game 5. Not going to find it just yet. Taking their time, and the shot comes through and finds the mark. Bad Things, a bullseye in midair, and they are going to Grands.
A questionable character switch to some, but played out excellently. Waidu showcasing power with not just Brawler, but Gunner as well with these Miis.
And it's not like Jeja didn't eventually start to figure it out. Certainly, the indication on that stock number 1 was that Jeja had this well in hand, literally off of that grab. But just Bad Things keeping it close and finding their way. And that rematch now that you were asking for at the end of Winners Final, well, your wish came true, as beautiful placement of that neutral B, the charge shot, right into the face of Jeja, obliterating any chance of a comeback. And though Jeja certainly made some adjustments, perhaps deserving of a win and a chance at a game number 5, but Bad Things just keeping it too close for too long, and you cannot leave doors open for our man Zach like that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's just the way it goes. We were talking up this idea of, being prepared for matchups, how many different matchups there are in this game. And, matchups, how important are they to really know? The Miis especially are kind of character that, in general, are just not common. Most people think they're kind of dumb. Most people think they clash with the style of Smash as a whole. Most people don't like the fact that they could have different specials, and, if those specials actually have a handle on changing how a character is played. And I feel like this further the notion where, if you're not prepared, if you don't know what you're fighting, then you're already fighting a losing battle. And the Miis as a whole, they can change pretty heavily based off of what specials they hold, but it's on you to know what those changes actually mean and how big of a difference they actually make. Because if you don't know how those specials will fundamentally change the character, or what the normals do as a whole, then you're just sort of fighting in the dark. And you really can't be affording to do that against a player like Waidu.
Not in the least. So now as we're approaching Grand Finals, once again, I'd like to thank you for joining us on the YouTube channel this week for Master Hand Gaming for this edition of DNA.exe. It is the, I want to say, week number 6 of Season 8. Halfway through the season, we've had some great times already, but it's going to be a barn burner of a set, whether it's the Pokemon Trainer or the Miis. We're not really sure. Whatever Mii it might be, either way, we're certainly grateful for you joining us. We have both of our competitors in the arena. I'm sure that they're deliberating, perhaps catching up. Is like, hey, remember, just hanging out at tournaments. Yeah, so do I. Anyway, here are my bands. But Yeah, this is Hangman is to the announcer, rocking out with you. Chris Lodian in production has been a warrior the entire night, dealing with all sorts of technical issues. And please, if you do not already, the stuff that this individual has had to put up with, the gargantuan effort that they had to go through to get this stream going tonight, by all means, follow them at Chris Lodian. It has been a doozy of an evening. And I guess also, in that sense, support UEF as well, trying to provide an infrastructure for everything going on here at Master Hand Gaming. Yeah, that's the ad slide. That's what I'm talking about. It's where you register, play games, earn credits. Master Hand Gaming, a proud partner with the United E-League Federation, uef.gg for more info. It's how they provide earning opportunities for individuals like us, Hangman, but also for players and organizers, one of them being a seminar involving a good friend Rivers.
Ooh, interesting. Be very nice to check that out.
Yeah, it's a workshop series, actually. So not just a seminar, a series of sessions, Wednesdays and Thursdays, 3 p.m. Rivers, you've seen them in top 8s at majors multiple times. You've seen them in grand finals so many times here at the here at DNA, certainly at Platinum Star, whenever that comes back. And we're going to be rocking out with them every single Wednesday and Thursday. As student and spectator passes are available, starting at $5. If you played in these tournaments, you've already seen it. But folks, that's then. This is now. You want to learn? You look at these two individuals right here, Beast and Why Do Bad Things Happen to Good People. Welcome to Grand Finals here at DNA.exe. To Pokemon Stadium we go for game number 1.
All right, and the switch back to the signature Guy Fieri Meat Brawler shows that we're probably going to have a repeat of winners finals, and the tenacity of both these players showing in full force. Stu, I feel like one way or the other, you're going to have a bloody battle ahead of us.
Oh, going to be some big, heavy swings and jab locks into the smash attack. Not going to kill quite yet. Charizard weighing in, tipping the scales, in fact, but maybe not one of the heaviest characters in the game, but yeah, definitely reaches the heavy classification, does it not?
Most certainly. This is a character who's going to be sticking around for a while, as long as Beast stays on his toes for his survivability. And staying on their toes, in fact, is what Whitey's going to have to worry about, especially if he's forced to recover from high off the ledge. Ledge options kind of get limited when you have a player like Beast who's willing to just swing at anything and has excellent reaction time. And that's a skill in itself that is something to be feared, especially in these Wi-Fi tournaments, where if someone's able to account for how their reactions are going to be altered, all of a sudden, there's just wide open doors for that player that you can't normally account for.
Yeah, and I kind of wanted to ask about that. Do you like the selection of Brawler over Gunner? Because you saw quite a bit of momentum being picked up by Bad Things there. And, I was expecting the spike. Turns out, just landing off of the stage and on the stage, and getting the kill that way is going to do just fine for Bad Things. But, yeah, I was kind of wondering, do you like the choice of Brawler over Gunner in this one?
I feel like it's more fitting for Waidu to play into his signature main compared to the Gunner that we saw work so well over in Losers Finals. And the reason is I feel like the tools are a bit more generalized and they're going to be more rewarding to the very different scenarios that Trainer can present. Also, as a whole, I feel like Brawler is going to have a better chance against fighting most of what Trainer has to offer, especially with Beast's penchants for sticking on Charizard. Whereas if he went Gunner, I feel like there'd be a lot of opportunities where he would struggle with slowing down Beast's approach and on the whole, like, struggling to build up that damage, because Kirby's limited movement options are really what allowed for Gunner to shine in that last set. And the fact that Kirby couldn't really do anything about the plethora of projectiles in his way to trying to get to Waidu. Here, Beast has plenty of options. And not just this creativity with one set of options, moving well with Ivysaur, Squirtle, and Charizard can invalidate a lot of the pressure that Me Gunner builds up. So with that all being said, I feel like Waller was a safe choice and very well executed by Waidu as he manages to take game 1.
Calling out the errant up B. Yet again, Beast may be getting a little greedy, and that is what you do. If you're a brawler, sometimes you got to counterpunch in. Why do bad things happen to good people? They're going to have to win 6 games if they want to take this edition of DNA.exe. But, well, you can knock that number down to 5 as they take game number 1 of this initial set.
I'd love to see it, Stu, but it's going to be a long road ahead, and Beast is not the kind of player to allow that to happen so easily. So as we move on into Game 2, I wouldn't be surprised to see if Beast sharpens a bit of his options moving ahead against Waidu. Just in general, being careful about when to use Fly to break out of sticky situations, where to swing, because we saw a lot of wayward back airs and forward airs end up spelling curtains for Beast, where he ate a lot of damage, or in general just had to live off stage. The run back to Stadium 2, though, I think is very smart because the stage as a whole, I think, does reward the movement options of Charizard better. It gives him a little bit more room to breathe, safer landings as a whole, and ledge play is a little bit less predictable. But it still, garners the notion that you have to mix up your options. If Beast isn't going to be willing to do that, he's still going to be eating a ton of damage from Waidu, as we already see him start with 105 and counting as we pass the 30-second mark.
It's also not quite as safe for
a 30-second mark. I'm sorry.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's a race against the clock. I had no idea that Bad Things was a speed runner. They're really trying to get this reset in record time, and this Ivysaur simply combo food. However, not like Zard is going to fare that much better in that front, but definitely hits a little harder. Beast trying to slow things down and mix up Bad Things a little bit, but again, if you get caught in the air and if your recovery is not intact, that Mach Punch certainly seems to be waiting in the wings. No pun intended there. Sorry about that. For Zard. Waiting here. The recovery. Not going to get caught out just yet, and the up smash going to give himself just a little bit of space to recover, but Bad Things happening to that Zard. That lizard is getting bruised and battered right now.
Yeah, right now this is just looking like a very clean game for Waidu. And I feel like one of the things that Beast was able to capitalize on the most from the previous set was how Waidu was swinging on shield. We saw a lot of options just sort of get bursted on from the up smash. Here, Waidu isn't giving Beast that opportunity. Either these multiple suplexes on shield doing a fantastic job of punishing Beast's out of shield options, or the safety of Nair at its slightest hit, allowing Waidu to threaten shield without committing too heavily.
Oh my God.
And it's the flip kick that manages a very convincing 3-0 in this game too.
That is incredible. Bad Things taming one of the most fearsome characters in one of the most fearsome hands. Like, you just associate so many things with tri-state brackets, like WebJP with their Lucas, or I mean certainly JJA with their Kirby to a lesser extent, but some of the things that have been so dominant over the past couple of weeks, certainly Lights with that ZSS, while the Zard has been so firmly associated with Beast for quite some time, definitely predating Smash Ultimate even. But yeah, that flip kick definitely showing Beast their place in this particular matchup, and they're going to have to show us something else as we go back to Pokemon Stadium for game number 3, because they just got 3-stocked, and that looked convincing, Hangman.
Let's see what Beast is able to say about it, because right now he's on the verge of a very swift travel to a reset Grand Finals bracket. And Waidu does not show any signs of slowing down, regardless of the damage Beast managed to open up this game with. Waidu's already returning it and then some.
That Zard, like Beast in all too many tournament photos, getting caught with their mouth open as they are getting pummeled around. The Mach Punch yet again. You don't always have to be in the air to catch that, turns out, and Beast learning that the hard way, though the tail providing just enough reach, and certainly the wings on the down smash as well, giving Beast a tenuous but still a tangible advantage.
I like that little interaction, though. There was a lot of little things there that I think, if this set manages to travel on a bit longer, spell very well. The fact that Waidu is willing to stall with the Mach Punch, the fact that Beast had the presence of mind to wait for that, and the flip kick, and how well spaced his down smash was, recovering it, overall I think was a very good mark of both of these players. And seeing the adaptations from this point on, I think is going to be very interesting.
getting tilted, however, I mean, just the up tilt, I mean, not actually mentally tilted, is Ivysaur. So that's never a great sign if you're just willing to tack on the damage like this. And this is very comfortable territory for any Mii Brawler to be in. If you're letting these hits get in on you, though, if you're Beast, I mean, how are you feeling about this? Because you are not a defensively minded player, and now you are one stock away from getting reset. I mean, how are you approaching this if you're Beast?
I can only assume that Beast is sitting here thinking that every one of these situations is just straight up whack, and his patience is slowly thinning. He's the kind of player where if one thing goes completely awry, he'll still be able to play well, but he's not going to let go of that one stupid thing that happened to him. And right now, Waidu is just serving up thing after thing, reason after reason for Beast to complain about. I think Waidu is playing this out phenomenally, both from a matchup perspective for the characters, as well as against the player. And I feel like at this point, the onus is on Beast to just sort of tighten himself up, recognize the gravity of the situation, and either say to himself, reverse 3-0 needs to start here, or I gotta get ready for a whole nother set with this guy.
I mean, Beast has been doing very well for himself, especially as of recent. Just last week, finishing second in Breakpoint 2, losing only to Rivers in Grand Finals and on the reset. Wound up making it Winners Final. Wound up making it to Grands on Winners side in that tournament too, eventually besting Evie Dahl in winners of that one. But yeah, in danger of being reset here again, though they do have it at a last stock situation. However, he's at last hit looking for the Flare Blitz, but it's shielded. But he got it that time, and is sent into disadvantages, bad things. This is actually a little troublesome here.
Yeah, this Zard is bleeding right now, and he's going to have to get himself stitched up out in the blast zone. Really good DI from Beast, keeping this Charizard alive as he continues to swing away with efforts on taking this into a Game 4. But Waidu won't be having any of it. Soaring Axe Kick means we have a reset Grand Finals too. A very strong 3-0 performance as we see both combatants now on the loser's side.
The Axe Kick, the axe falling heavy upon the neck of Zard, and that is a tough way to go out. However, last hit situation, you saw the splash screen come up. That's how close it was, and I gotta figure, if you find a way to not be at 169% at ledge of Pokemon Stadium, maybe you have yourself a bit more of a tenable situation. But if you're Beast, you got something out of that game number 3. Okay, yeah, you lost the set 3-0. Yes, they reset the bracket, but maybe you have yourself a path to victory. And it does come down to how well you employ your defensive options and how well you move in the air in the disadvantaged state, and not letting bad things take advantage of that so thoroughly as they did throughout that. Because let's face it, in the air, that Zard and occasionally that Ivy, they got punched around from pillar to post. There's no two ways about that, Hangman. But I get the feeling if you find a way to kind of cut down on that, if you have that, you are in a position where you can go up 2-0, and it looks nigh upon impossible for anyone to do anything about that.
Yeah, the situation's certainly daunting, but it's not impossible for Beast to take this back. Quite the contrary, in fact. And I feel it's just a matter of Beast, re-psyching himself up for the set and just recognizing the situation, because there was a lot of points during especially that Game 3 where both players were just cognizant of when to swing and what to swing with, really. There wasn't a very heavy combo game. Rather, it was just, smart checks and stage control. And Trainer's a phenomenal character for asserting stage control, finding it, stealing it away, wrestling it back from the ledge, and fighting to center stage. All 3 components of Pokemon Trainer can do that. It's just a matter of, picking and choosing when to get at it. And Beast knows his character. This isn't the first time he's fought Waidu. He's very familiar with what Waidu's capable of. It's just a matter of him, taking a deep breath and just getting into it. Because if he starts swinging recklessly, and he's not choosing the right buttons to swing with, then Waidu's just going to continue steamrolling him. Because right now, a 3-0 performance is nothing to laugh at when you're on the verge of getting straight 6-0. because there's a non-zero chance that we see a 6-0 victory from Waidu at the end of tonight's DNA.exe.
And that's another thing, Hangman. That's kind of what shocks me the most is really the 3-0 result coming out in favor of Why Do Bad Things Happen to Good People, because as I mentioned before, this is their first bracket in quite some time. Really their second bracket back on the Wi-Fi playing scene, as it's a whole new ballgame now. Certainly has been playing the game, Hangman, but their first tournament back, I should say. But here they go, coming in and beating a Wi-Fi Warrior ranked player in No Pause Tournament's very own ace, Beast. But this is not something that I would have considered to be a possibility, the 3-0. And I know that Bad Things is a great player, Hangman. I don't think anyone is disputing that. Certainly not me! But the dare picking them up and dumping them down so authoritatively and such a thorough thrashing in the first set, I'm not really sure what to make of that.
I think it's just a matter that Waidu came here with a reason. He entered this bracket knowing exactly what he wanted to show. Didn't matter if he hasn't been as active as Beast. Doesn't matter if he's been as consistent as Beast. He just wanted to prove that he was the best. And Beast just so happened to get in his way tonight for it. But right now, Waidu is performing phenomenally. Beast catching right back up.
And
I still have a good amount of hope that Beast is going to be able to pick this up. I don't think the 6-0 performance is going to happen, but that's me just putting a lot of tips to he's able to just sort of swing back that momentum from the corner as he's done in the past.
So I'm kind of curious as to your opinion on this. What's the biggest difference that you've seen from Winners Final, which was a 3-1 victory for Beast, towards to that 3-0 that we're seeing that we saw to play out in front of our very eyes?
Well, namely, the first thing that comes to mind is the stage, of course, where in Winners Finals we saw plenty of action on small battlefield. I think the pick here into Pokemon Stadium 2 as a whole, I think, is smarter for Waidu, only because he seems to be a lot more comfortable with controlling the ledge here with Stadium's placement of its platforms, where it's not super different, and in general the layout is fairly similar. But the key differences, I think, are what really matters.
The thing is we saw games 3 and 4, I believe, in Winners Final on Pokemon Stadium, and Beast won them both. Now, okay, yeah, maybe Beast is getting the download a little bit on Bad Things, but in games 1 and 2 in Grand, it wasn't close. One of them was pretty darn decisive, in fact.
I think it was also just a matter of Waidu, properly preparing himself and maybe even just having a little bit of wind beneath his wings, because coming up with a really strong performance in Losers Finals, Waidu came into the Grand Finals swinging. It wasn't completely out of expectations to see him perform well and reset Grand Finals, but to see him perform so well and to reset bracket so quickly, I think that's what's catching both of us off guard, Stu, because we got to this point pretty quick.
Yeah, and saw that Beast committed to the button, decides to jump out of the way. It's going to be a back throw to get themselves advantage. But how they finish this off is not going to be easy. Perhaps Beast trying to bait out down tilt or something by hanging on to the ledge. But they are taking their sweet time at ledge, and it makes you wonder when Bad Things is going to try to take advantage of that.
There's plenty of options for him to do so, but I feel like Beast needs less of those opportunities to make things turn heads up very quickly, especially considering the percentages that are growing on board. Waidu isn't particularly healthy at this point, but we've seen Beast work miracles with this amount of rage.
Yeah, sitting at 139, Bad Things in a very dangerous spot here. That Nair is going to be good, but only for so long. You're just helping him build rage. The Beast, when they get angry, that is when bad things really start happening. But the double flare blitz going to find themselves under the stage, and a wouldn't call it a pineapple, but certainly going to sting like citrus. And that is the flavor that they're going to enjoy.
They're using a jump to try and get the flare blitz call.
Yeah.
And then the second flare blitz, I don't know. I feel like it was uncharacteristically greedy of Beast. He's known for going for it all if the opportunity's there, but I feel like he was really fishing for it. And don't get me wrong, the gravity of the situation definitely calls for those kind of maneuvers, but I feel like the situation just wasn't present for him, and he just sort of threw away that game.
Yeah, that's a tough one, especially with. Okay, good on yeah, because you got you flare blitz yourself off of the stage, and I understand, like, me brawlers aerials are nothing with which to be trifled, but at the same time, I don't know, you threw yourself off of the stage and then got yourself out of contention. Basically, that's is bad things really in their head that much? I don't know.
He's seeming like he's chilling at this point. Like, Whitey was just playing with the same consistency that we've seen him since he returned to stream, and I don't want to call it too early to disrespect Beast, but it seems like he's playing like he's running out of steam, and I don't blame him. Like, it took him a bit of effort to get to this point. Like, Whitey is not an easy opponent to beat, and to see Whitey come in with such vigor is just, I don't know, it's a daunting task to be able to take this all the way back against him. We see Game 2 bringing this right on back to Stadium 2, and I'm trying to figure out if maybe Beast wants a change of scenery to try to change things up, because this is looking like it's just as rough of a start as the previous games have been.
Yeah, it's been a rough go thus far. Beast taking out people like All8 Badges and J-Jaw, and indeed Bad Things in Winners Final before this one. So they've taken on some quality competition thus far and come out on top. That forward throw is going to give Beast the tenuous advantage, sitting at 117. But again, if you don't get caught by any big things, this is just Bad Things building up rage and maybe giving Beast an opportunity to get back into this thing. However, Bad Things does not leave food on the plate for long, finishes up that first stock. Thank you, sir. May I have another, says the Lord of Flavortown.
And while Beast finds himself in a situation where Ivy serves the present character, he's just taking little hits here at center stage. And I've always found this interesting about how willing he is to switch to Charizard immediately, as opposed to picking good options for switching into Charizard, because he's immediately taking quite a lot of damage and gotten pushed out to the ledge fairly easily. He hasn't lost the stock for it yet, but I feel like Waidu's doing a really good job of finding these situations where Beast wants to get himself back into his comfort zone and just takes lots of damage or loses a lot of stage control for it.
Yeah, and that's a lot getting thrown out there by Bad Things in terms of threatening Beast's aerial space. And yeah, for a Zard, you really don't want to be using your wings all that much, I feel like, when Guy Fieri is throwing kicks out like that. However, is going to go up one stock right here. And yeah, it's at least a manageable situation.
Until the fists start flying, the Mach Punch coming right back in, evening up the stock count. And all of a sudden, I feel like this situation is once again like Beast is just going to be taking a lot of hits from here. He needs to do something fast, but meanwhile, Waidu's out here just comboing him left and right and almost stealing the stock for it.
It's a rough go thus far, but maybe, just maybe, you're going
like
to...
Beast isn't out of it just yet, but he really did just take 137 for like one bad option. He made one mistake, and he had all of this damage visited upon him.
Looking for that tilt, not finding its mark, trying to catch Bad Things at ledge, and been playing just a little too smart to get caught by that. I do respect the effort, but I don't know. Something tells me it's even, but you're seeing a much more cautious Beast than we were in Winners Final. I'll say that. Oh my!
Cautious,
You're still
but
finding
not
Bad
perfectly
Things
protected.
Sorry.
It's just it's a back here finding its way. It's like you highlighted the cautious play, which is very visible in Beast's shift in play. But he's still just making rash decisions now, and Waidu is picking him off for it. And it's like, Beast has tightened up his play. He's done really well, but the little mistakes that he's made were so glaring that Waidu was able to capitalize on them so fully that coming into Game 3 of the Reset Grand Finals, I don't know what we have ahead of us, Stu. I didn't want to see the 6-0, but I think we got the 6-0.
the little things. That's what you're talking about, though. The little things have been repeated so consistently, Hangman, that why do bad things happen to good people? I mean, that's a question that Beast is going to have to ask themselves for real. But yeah, the dude's been catching them and has had ample opportunity to catch them, and that's an unfortunate thing for Beast because we know just how good the guy can be. And we are going back to Pokemon Stadium, and we were talking about how easy it might be to land on this stage. We were talking about that in game number 1. Well, I mean, it seems like this Zard has been. Ooh, okay. Actually, it seems like the Zard has been called out in their landings quite a bit, but you know what? Bad Things getting caught for their landings as well, and has been made to pay for it, taking that stock number 1.
Yeah, Waidu is not impervious to the same mistakes. Beast is just as vigilant of a player, where if he sees an opportunity to swing with no recourse, he's going to do it. He's going to sink those fangs into his target. The rare Beast Squirtle in neutral?
Yeah, honestly, yeah, I might as well if you're able to get some damage on the Bad Things. Maybe doubt the game plan just a little bit. And I'm not saying that throwing the knuckler works every time, but when they do, they don't expect it. So there's something to be said about it.
It worked out, but it's just look at the damage. I don't really got nothing else to say about it. Oh, but that wayward Mach Punch might spell disaster. Beast tries to find this opportunity to punish Waidu. Do something with this damage he's managed to build up.
I feel like you're showing it just a little bit too much. I understand that you want to make Beast wary of it, but then there's like, at what point do you render it ineffective? You know what I mean?
Waidu's been doing really good at only really using in those situations where it's willing to kill. Ooh, and a strong call out from him there too.
Yeah.
I think Beast is at the point where he's aware of Waidu's tricks and what moves to watch out for. It's just a matter of him putting himself in those positions where they're a problem. And I think he's just not aware of when he's doing that to himself right now.
And that's unfortunate because this is the last stock situation. If there were ever a time to wake up, it's certainly now. But you're getting caught in the grab. Good confirmed there by Bad Things. Catching this big body of Zards all too consistently for Beast Lycan, and this could be it if they are not careful. However, Beast is able to exit the skies, but up to death percentage, and one Mach Punch off of an errant jump is going to do it here, Hangman.
One hit could really spell the end of this set, and it's just a matter of Waidu finding his connecting hit for Mach Punch, even back air. I think even at the ledge here, the upbeat has the capability of killing.
That's
well,
it.
how about that?
Yeah, the axe
Soaring
kick.
axe kick.
Oh, man. The axe falls upon the head of Zard yet again. And why do bad things happen to good people? Call them what you want. Certainly, we've been doing that this entire set. But Hangman, you have to call him one thing. DNA.exe champion.
Very strong showing from him getting to this point, with Beast being the only player to put him anywhere in bracket besides winners, and only able to do that once. Very strong performance here with a 6-0, where really it only looked like there was one game where Beast started to have his number, but he just wasn't able to keep up as Waidu outran him, completely redlined all of that momentum, and sealed a very strong victory for himself.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is not like Beast wasn't adjusting at all. We saw, in fact, it was very methodically paced set for a 3-0. It's not like Bad Things was running away with it by any stretch of the imagination. We in fact saw Beast get out to those leads, but every time they did, it was always Bad Things keeping it close. You know, maybe taking that next stock with only 25-30% on the board on their side. It was never a runaway for either side, and it always seemed to be Bad Things keeping it close enough to maybe just eke it out at the end. It's not like they were just completely blowing out Beast in that last set. They were always just kind of moving it along, pushing the objective, and eventually achieving their win condition. But at the end of the day, it just goes to show the mental fortitude that it takes to do that. Because if you can go punch for punch with Beast, you have proven yourself to be a pretty damn good player.
That's how it goes. With Waidu being tonight's champion, that spells it for us tonight. This has been a very entertaining night, and I'm glad to be back on the mic here for DNA alongside you, Stu.
No, the pleasure is all mine. I mean, this man, Hangman, has forgotten more about Smash than I'll ever know, so please follow them on Twitter at Hangman12. That's 12 in Roman numerals. I'm just going to throw that out there. Crystallodian Production has been a warrior this entire night. For the love of whatever you find holy and sacred, follow them on Twitter at Crystallodian. Chris, please put your at on the screen next time, because you deserve to have some credit put to your name, because they've been going through hell in production this entire night. This has also been brought to you by the United E-League Federation, uef.gg, for more info on that. And we certainly can't wait to join you Friday as we help run production for Champions for Charity. That's going to be on Facebook Gaming, so spanning all sorts of platforms here this weekend, and that's a $1,000 prize pool, and is powered by Facebook Gaming, and of course our good friends at HitPoint helping out for that, all to benefit Games for Love. So yeah, once again, that's going to do it for us. The final score, a 6-0, the grand finals through to the reset. Why do bad things happen to good people? I'm not sure, but certainly good things happening to our good friend here tonight. Certainly at the expense of Beast, but there's always another day, and certainly that Zard looms large in the shadows. So that's going to do it from us, from all of us here at Master Hand Gaming. I'm Stu, the announcer, saying good night and happy smashing.